Do you think I can?
Oh.
I broke my little button so I can't turn my.
You start kicking some apart.
People can brave my do not disturb.
What's Scott have to say? He gave me some food. Oh, they were babies,
It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll just go ahead and get started with special presentations.
Give me 1 second. Are we ready, Mayor? Okay. I sent you guys a couple documents over the weekend. Was it the weekend? I sent you, maybe it was last week. My days are running together. The only thing that's changed from that document and this was some errors on the dates, the time of when the budget hearing was, and there were some calculation issues on one of the spreadsheets, so I fixed that. So you have the most updated budget right in front of you that just got fixed within the last 2 hours. So the budget that's in front of you it's going to attack infrastructure for 2027, staffing needs for 2027, and then building upgrades for 2027. Columbia Capital did a study for us at the end of 2024. They gave us a sustainability plan in 2025. I read through it, and
I'm not hearing very well.
You can't hear me?
It's me.
Sorry.
Is there a way to make it be louder?
Yeah, you are just a touch quiet.
Yeah, I mean, okay, here we go.
Okay, start over.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
Sorry.
The budget that we're looking at to adopt for 2027 is going to address three major things that Columbia Capital put in front of us, which is infrastructure, staffing needs, and building upgrades. The study was done in 2024. It was released to us in 2025. I had the opportunity to read it, but not make any adjustments to the 2025 budget. And so their biggest concern with the city staffing was staffing, lack of infrastructure, and then deteriorating buildings. So what you'll see in the budget is you'll have investments, a $2 million investment into the streets. Staffing, since Kim have started, the salaries of staff or compensation of staff have increased over the time since Kim been here. And then the building upgrades or building remodels or building upkeep. We can go page by page, but the first, when you get past the tax levy funds, the rest of them are special revenue funds, and then there's like non-budgeted funds. On those funds, there might not be any expenditures on it, but you're just approving budget authority for those funds. So what you have in this packet is what we would submit to the county, that would submit to the state, that would become our adopted budget if we were to approve it tonight, or if tonight was the budget meeting. One of the things I do want to point out is on page 2, it breaks down that you have a 3-year look back, current year, next year, and then the previous year. And as you can see, our tax levy that we're looking to levy is 10.2 million. The year before was 10.2 million, and the year before that was 10.3 million. So our tax levy had stayed the same about the last 3 years. And if you go back to 2024, it was also 10.3 million as well. While we're on this page, I did make you a little cheat sheet of appropriations, and that's where we'll go to next and talk about appropriations of what's in the budget. So we're still working on this one. It's a separate sheet.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. You don't have it?
Not separate. What page is it? Separate,
I feel like I'm eating this mic. Turn it up. Thank you. So this is a quick, did you turn me down? This is a quick, this is a quick This is a quick snapshot of our appropriations of what's been asked for in the past and what's been given. As you can see, it shows you the increase over the years. And it tells you what the request is in 2027, and then what's actually in the budget for 2027. And that can be changed upon the commission's will. I just kept some of them the same and then increased some of them. And then if you look towards the bottom, it breaks down our 5 tax levy funds for the last 5 years back to 2022. And one thing you'll see is that the tax levy has stayed relatively flat or consistent over the last 5 years. There's an adding error as well, I just saw that. So we'll talk about a part and then we'll open it up for questions, then talk about another part and open it up for questions. And if you guys want to chime in, but I do want to talk about the budget appropriations and what you guys would like to see with that. It's at the top.
I'd like to keep all the budget requests to the previous year.
So at 2026 level,
Yes.
okay.
That's just me personally.
Okay.
The only thing that I think we should consider is Fresh Start.
Could you clarify that, just so I make sure I understand what you're saying?
The budget request from the year 2026, I'd like them all to stay the same for 2027. Maybe with the exception of Fresh Start.
Now, regarding Main Street, I may or may not have to step away. When I spoke with Britton, if it's part of the entire budget, it's okay to stay. But if there's going to be individual conversations, I'm thinking maybe I might have to step out, since he's not here to ask. But when he said, but it's in the entire budget, it's okay. But if we have to break that, I may have to abstain. So we'll have to see where this conversation goes, but I need to know if I need to step out.
Does anyone have any planned commentary surrounding Main Street that we'd like to prioritize navigating for Mayor Butler?
I'm concerned that their budget's jumped up quite a bit since 2024.
Okay.
Shall I step away?
I'll go ahead and take
Yeah.
over the meeting, and we
Yes.
will bring you back once we finish that conversation. Of course.
I mean, it's a 100% increase over 3 years, and they do some nice things, but that's kind of pitched you right.
Yeah, because looking at, so 2022 and 2023 was 50, 2024 it's 50, 2025, it goes to 70, 2026, 85, 2027, 100. So really, it's over the last 3 years, 25, 26, and 27, that we're seeing it suddenly doubling. I would agree, and citizens have also brought that point of concern. You know, we're seeing them do great work, but there's a concern of, will this trend continue? Will it stabilize? At what point do we say, no, we will only commit to this much? Do we continue to encourage alternative means such as grants, collaborating with our grant writer, things of that nature? I remember when they gave the presentation, they did offer good insights, but when the cost of living is going up, we have to prioritize the needs before wants.
Yep.
I may be biased as a member of the ATA bus, but I'll also be very candid. I know part of the reason they're now requesting 122,000 compared to 50,000 is because they, like many people, are facing budget cuts. Now, I'm not candidly here to advocate that we provide them the entire 122,000. I don't think that's our responsibility, knowing it's primarily stemming from the county and the Board of Education cutting their funding. I have encouraged them to work with Grandview, work with other municipalities and opportunities to diversify their funding. I know one of the reasons they have highlighted an increase in their request beyond budget cuts and operating costs is they are qualifying for a certain grant money that requires a match. Part of what's prompting this increase in funding is the time to make that match or lose the grant money is coming up. So I do want to verbalize that awareness.
Can I clarify something real fast?
By all means.
That 122,000 did not include the match. That was just lost of revenue from other entities.
Oh,
So on
understood.
top
No,
of,
no, we did discuss
yeah,
that.
on top of that, they're requesting another 103, which would have been 225, I believe. Yeah, for the match, for us the ability for them to match.
This
And I
may,
think part of that was that they lost funding from the county, correct?
the fund, yes, county cut, I think, I don't remember how much, but Board of Education also cut a good amount, but the busing is profoundly needed, but the city cannot fix everybody else's problems, unfortunately.
Agreed.
They have bus stops in Grandview Plaza. I asked them to engage in conversations for funding with Grandview Plaza. They're not currently asking Grandview for money. At the recent board meeting, we discussed the need to bring in more board members, and I called out that Grandview Plaza doesn't sit on that board, but they're benefiting from bus stops.
Maybe we ought to just take care of Main Street
Yeah.
first, so Terry can.
Oh,
come back.
yes, apologies.
So,
So, how do we want to dial Main Street? Do we cut it at 100? Do we dial it back to the 85 and say,
I can leave it at 85.
okay,
They do good things, and there's a return on investment there.
I agree.
I wonder in the future, storefronts are full and things like that. How much more do we need?
mhm.
And I'm speaking because I don't know much about it. Not that they're doing bad things at all. They do great things, and the mayor is a big part of that. So I'm fine with 85.
I would be receptive to the 85 as well.
Should we call it back?
Well, I think that should we?
Yeah, it adds to the will of the commission.
You
Yeah,
have to form a motion for that.
I think so.
yeah.
Okay.
I think to keep it clean, you vote on each one of these if there's a change.
Top to bottom, okay,
Let's take care
understood.
of Main Street first, and then you can come back.
Okay,
So I make a motion to approve the $85,000 for Main Street.
second.
27.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further commentary? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Commissioner Landis.
Now, because you're on the board for ATA, does that mean you're gonna have to step out and let her take over?
I sit on the board to represent the city of Junction City. It's my understanding it's not a conflict in that
That's what I was
manner.
asking.
If I was a member, like for example, as a citizen, I'm a member of CASA. If we were discussing CASA for some reason, I would potentially expect it. I haven't actually had that discussion with Britton, but I would expect since it is as a liaison of the
Sure.
city,
Sorry.
because then, you know, with EDC stuff,
Yeah.
you know, so, I'm open to being told otherwise.
No, I just want to make sure we keep everything
I'm
good.
fine with the upper house budget number. They've been very stable.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second. So, what we're doing,
We're doing
what we're
motions one
doing,
at a time for each one of the
Okay,
items here.
So you finish your Opera House one, I'll skip, do I need to leave?
We've already done
we
Main Street.
already made a motion for Main Street, so top to bottom,
Okay.
we'll propose for next year, motion.
Do you want
Main
to
Street,
finish
so we
the
can get you
Opera
back.
House one, and then I'll jump back in, because the Opera House just started with the motion and second, or do I jump in?
You can
Okay.
take a,
Okay, so it's been moved and it's always seconded. It's been moved and seconded for the Opera House. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And then we'll move on to Juneteenth, please.
I think Juneteenth has continued to grow year after year. I saw this year's versus last year's. It's bringing in an amazing amount of people. I love what they're doing.
I'm concerned that they.
Agree.
Go ahead.
No, I agree. I am concerned that we are seeing a 50% increase. And when they first came to the city earlier this year, I did ask, you know, are you seeking other funding? How diversified is this? If we could see some more diversified funding in the future, and this need still presents because it's grown so profoundly, I would be receptive, but at this point, I will make a motion that we fund them the $10,000.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I have a concern that we just need to make sure that, I think $10,000 for a one-day event is plenty, I think.
I agree.
It's like we do with Freedom Fest, that's 5 days,
Mhm.
10,000 per day.
That sets a good
I don't want us
precedent.
to exceed that,
Mhm.
especially for what we know that does bring in.
Mhm.
That's all the comment I have.
Any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carried. Oh,
I don't know why I said nay, because I also said
I
aye.
thought you said aye. Sorry, you're okay, aye?
I'm good.
Motion
I'm
carries,
good.
thank you.
I'm
Okay.
still in the mayor mode.
All right, and then moving on to Harmony Center.
So that, there's nothing in the budget. I don't know if you want me to put something there. It's the Harmony Center and the Harmony Fest. They've come the last 2 years and request money for both. I just didn't know how you wanted to attack that.
I move to deny the Harmony Center.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Harmony Fest then?
3,500 for 27 for the Harmony Fest.
The request for 27 was 20,000, so you're gonna go to 26?
Just for 3,500.
Okay. And just so you're aware, when they request appropriations from us, we require an invoice for tracking purposes. And since you guys approved the last 3,500, we have yet to be able to get a hold of her to get an invoice to get it paid. So, and I know Harmony Fest is coming up as well.
What is typically the timeline for invoicing? Give me like a happy path scenario.
If you approve it today, they invoice me tomorrow, they can have a check by the end of the week. But we generally like to cut our payables the Wednesday after commission.
Okay. Have we ever seen a circumstance where we form a consensus to disperse funds, but then they never follow through on that invoicing? Or maybe they come back like 3 months later, 6 months later? At what point do we say like, why didn't you get your money sooner?
I'm not gonna chase somebody to give them money. But we, like, for instance, when you guys did the opioids, I feel like I'm eating this mic. When you did the opioids, they invoiced us the next day. Sometimes they invoiced us while we were still sitting here, and we were able to get that paid out within 2 business days. It's generally, when you owe people money, they're hard to get a hold of, but when you're getting money, it's easier to get, but for some reason, this one hasn't been.
Okay, so pretty consistently when we have offered disbursement of funds, they haven't necessarily navigated that in a timely manner.
Correct.
If you don't mind me asking, as someone who's never asked for money from the city before, let's say the city approves dispersing me funds. How do I provide you this invoice? What does that look like?
So if you're here today and you're presenting and you were wanting money before you left, I would get your contact information and I will send you a W-9. If you're not in our system, I already looked it up while you were presenting. You're not in our payable system, I would request a W-9 and an invoice. And then generally, it's fillable, so you can fill it out and then sign it with your finger or type your name in, and then just send it back to me. And the next day I get in, I'll create that payable, and it'll be paid like by the end of the week.
So it's pretty accessible in
Yeah.
that way.
We'll ask you if you want it mailed, or if you want us to hold it at customer service. And if you say customer service, we'll print the check, and then I'll email you or call you and say your check's ready at customer service. It's a simple process.
Understood. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
And we have no deadline for that right now?
No.
Something to consider in the future state of our budget funding process to be developed, perhaps.
Has the Harmony Fest coordinator provided a receipt in the past?
They provided an invoice. So last year we paid the DJ directly. Yeah, and he provided the invoice. Yeah.
There's a motion that's been made.
It's on the 3,500.
Correct, I think you made a motion.
Yes.
And if there's not a second, then we move on to the next. Hearing none, we'll move on to MAC, Military Affairs.
This is an interesting one, knowing we're in a very unique circumstance with the future state of that entire hierarchy and structure and the funding of such. I have no concerns.
Where did the 94,000 come from? Is it from prior,
Is that from when
I
we
guess
took
that's
him in
been
as a
94.
contractor?
in the last 2 years, but
How many months did we fund? Mr. Zep, how many-
Three, sir.
3 months, and how much was that a month?
7,000
7,500?
even per month.
41,000.
so 84,000.
Did we
Per year.
also send money still to the chamber for that amount?
For MAC,
Yes.
they are billed annually, so they get their appropriations at the beginning of the year.
So they got
The 94,000.
20,000 that they didn't use.
Correct.
That's a unique way to look at it, but yes,
Why is it unique?
because they didn't. Yeah,
They
we'll say
weren't
yeah.
paying that salary.
Right.
The city did, so I think we should cut it to 20,000. Because they have the money as a carryover.
Well, that 7,000 a month will be 84,000 a year, this is 94. So, why would it be 84?
I'm hesitant to prove anything, knowing the future of this is very open at the moment as we're navigating the various conversations of what it could look like in the future, the contract, the funding.
I think he still needs a number for the budget, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we have to
I know.
appropriate for
Fund
it.
Eventually.
Yeah, my curiosity through that is knowing the future of this topic could be very dynamic.
My point is that we got billed and we paid them and they didn't use those expenditures.
Didn't we
For
make an
this year.
agreement with
This is
them,
for this year.
Kim? Didn't we?
The point is, since they have the carryover of at least 21,000, because they didn't pay for that employee.
That position, correct, for 3 months.
3 months.
We use them to get that money back.
Didn't we make some kind of an agreement with?
I feel like
Britton's
there's
working
been,
that, I think he did, but I don't know where he's at.
Okay.
I feel like there's been some conversation about that, and I can't recall it.
I think they're.
Ashley's aware of it. Yeah, Ashley's aware of it.
You were saying you were going to bill them for that anyway. So
Yes.
this is, I'm essentially agreeing with what
Yes.
you suggested you were gonna
Yes.
do. I said, do you have an agreement that they're gonna pay you back? And you said no at the time.
Correct.
And you still don't have an agreement.
Britton's working it, and I know he's talked to her, I think we do have an agreement, but I have to talk to Britton.
We're gonna give it back? Is that what you think?
I say we appropriate the $94,000 in the budget, and then we don't have to spend that. And if we get that returned, then everything will be all as well. And if we don't, we can just hold that money, correct?
Correct. And you could do it.
Our agreement doesn't specify that they can bill us for the budgeted amount?
I haven't read the agreement.
Or you could delete the 94,000 by 21,000 and say, here's your pay for the year.
That's what I think we should do. I'd move that we reduce MAC by $21,000 to 73,000. They got the money from us already. And it's sitting over there, not being spent because we assumed his salary for 3 months. So they have a carryover.
I have no problem with that.
That's just another way of handling what, the same conversation we just
You wouldn't
had,
even
six
need
of
an
one, half a
agreement.
dozen of the other.
Wouldn't need an
Then-
agreement, they could keep the money and Britain could save time and effort.
I'm just not sure it costs $94,000 a year to run that. That's what I think.
Well,
That's
another-
what we pay too, Pat, because you got the county piece too, that goes to MAC.
What are you thinking, Pat?
Well, I don't know, I've seen a jump over the last couple of years, I mean, I know it did last year, but, this,
What would you like?
If the $7,000 a month is just,
that's 84
that's just payroll,
from us.
Or-
That was his as a contractor, because we don't pay benefits or anything, it's just straight.
okay.
So I would expect that to account for taxes, self-employment.
Yeah, he has to-
benefits,
yes, you're right, Sam.
Lack of retirement.
What number are you thinking?
I mean, I'm fine with 7,000 per month, and then if I can get a reason to go to 94 because there's an event or something, then let me know. I mean, I can live with the 94, it's fine, we did it this.
I assume there's expenses that they're paying for events and things like
They do-
that,
they do the
or is
MAC
that separate?
event, and they do other things.
Those
Yeah,
job
MAC
fairs,
breakfasts,
things like that.
yeah,
But they have other funds other than our funds.
Sure.
That's true, yes.
Just go ahead and do the 94, I can live with it, so.
Minus the conversation that you had, are we saying,
Well, I've made the motion to take it down to
73,000.
73,000 for 2027.
okay,
That's my motion.
okay.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All,
Well, I just don't want them giving us the money back, and then we go, well, we only appropriated $73,000.
That's good.
Yeah.
They've already got it.
No, I know, but we were in works to do this agreement for them to give it back. So, just with that
We don't have
comment.
to execute the invoice, Kelly, we don't have to execute. the
Okay,
invoice.
okay.
any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I should have said this before you voted, but have you seen the budget for MAC and EDC?
Not since we started chopping it up.
We're not, I saw the EDC.
I saw it prior to the chopping.
Okay.
Do you want to add? Do you want to share?
Well, I just, hold on.
That's a separate line item.
I have,
Yeah.
I have 2025 and 2025 pulled up. I don't have
I
2026.
just emailed you it for your records.
Oh, beautiful.
It was sent to me July 8th, and I thought I sent it out to y'all then, but I did not. Sorry about that. But
Is there anything we should be aware of?
This,
I don't think so. Just for your reference, that because we haven't, they're one of the organizations that did not come and present a budget, and that was one of the requirements for appropriations. You had to come in and present, but we could not get them here.
All right. So then I think we're ready to move on.
yes.
Cemetery,
I make a motion to approve as presented.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. ATA bus,
So, I am placed upon the ATA bus on behalf of the city. Had some brief conversation that I will reiterate now that you're here, Mayor Butler. They're asking for more than double money, mostly because county has cut their funding. USD 475 has cut their money. I don't think the city should bear the burden of everybody's cuts, as unfortunate as it is. I love what they do for us. I think it's a vital service. I just don't know that in good faith I can feel good about presenting them 122,000 instead of 50,000 in the current state of how those services operate. It's a hard one because this is a service that mostly caters to our most in need citizens, people without vehicles, the elderly, disabled, young families. It's a hard one. I don't know that 50 would be enough, but I don't know that I'm willing to do the full 120. It's a profound ask. I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on 75 as a compromise for this.
Hey, Sam, I agree with everything you're saying, but I think within a year, which is what this budget is for, what they're asking for, it's gonna be much better, because if the project goes through that I want it to go through, a lot of their expenses are gonna be taken care of.
That's my hope. I agree. My concern is they are going to continue to see other operational increases. Gas is rough. Real rough. Insurance rates continue to go up. I do agree. I think the full burden we're seeing will potentially be alleviated to a degree. I do worry how close we can toe that line before we lose a bus service and then our really disparaged populations suffer for it.
What's the full number they needed, 225?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they are asking for 100,000 match on top of this.
I think we should do it, because we have to have that service. I mean, plain and simple. Yeah, we take a bite this year, and then that 100 comes off the following year, because we don't have to do that anymore, because they got their grant for their facility. And then that's gonna make a lot of things better.
Are you proposing the 200 and change or just the 122?
Yeah.
I find that really difficult, because when they were here presenting, they didn't have numbers. And I'd really like to see numbers of how many people they're really helping. I spend a lot of my time driving around this town all day, and it's very rare that I see people standing at a bus stop. Very rare.
That is correct. I can speak to that for a multitude of reasons. 'Cause
And I really want to know, how many people are we helping?
I think she presented those numbers.
She said something about,
yes and no. It's hard to tell. Like, let's say I, Sam, ride the bus every day. It's hard to know when I'm riding the bus to where versus when Kelly's riding the bus to where. They're not tracking people. They know a person went there, a person went here to there. There's no way to know if it was the same person.
don't they have some kind of bus pass where they would have a number that they could?
For those who are pass holders, yes. Many people are not. Many people are either paying $1 out of their pocket or they're being given a paper pass, in short. Because this is one of the first things I requested when I got on the board was data, because I am also a data freak. That is also why it's hard to, how do we toe the line of making sure disparaged populations are served without overfunding something where there could potentially be other solutions. Much like Mr. Zimmerman noted, knowing there are pending conversations that could alleviate the grant need, because it doesn't have to be monetary, it can be in kind, and I will leave it at that. I would consider the full 122, and it's not because I'm a board member. It's when I was campaigning, I even rode the bus and was like, man, this kind of sucks, just being honest. And they didn't like that. They didn't like that I said that, but it was just an honest experience. The bus only comes every 2 hours. There's no bench. There's no bus stop. That's one of the reasons not a lot of people are using it. It's not accessible to use. So it's one of those things of, okay, how do you make it more usable? Well, that costs money.
Well, I mean, I think that people have to take some responsibility of maybe being, out there early rather than late, or expecting another bus to come by. When we're serving, as, in my opinion, as little of the people as we are, we cannot just keep having, a bus every 15 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour.
May I ask, Mr. Wilcox, time-wise, I want to make sure that we can get through what we need to get through, but I also want to be respectful of all these conversations. Can you share with me, do we need to?
No, you're good.
We're good, thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
I think you're gonna see an increase in homelessness when people lose their job because they don't have a ride to work anymore.
There's,
I
So I think
agree.
it's a huge mistake. Look at our budget. $109 million, look at that. And we're squabbling about $100,000 more than the 125? I think it's silly.
There's the budget request. It looks like the actual request, full request was 122. And it would help them leverage 284, 667 in state and federal funds.
So they need 122 is what they need.
Yes, sir.
I would make that motion, do that,
Are you?
So it's not the 200?
Second.
with not 225.
Yep.
It's been moved and seconded.
122.
Yep.
Is there any further discussion?
Was that Kelly? I'm sorry. Was that Kelly or something?
I second.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the reserves that we have.
Yes.
If, depending upon where we are at the time, we've had extra projects that we've done. For instance, we paid for the education wing at the Opera House for $150,000.
I think it's 171, if I remember, something like that, yeah.
So couldn't we just set it at a lower amount and have the discretionary funds available? Where do you plug those numbers in? The budget that you used, for instance, to do the education wing, it wasn't in the budget, it hadn't been requested, it was requested in the middle of the year. Where'd that come from?
The 169?
The one-time expenditure to pay off the note that the Opera House had for the education wing.
Yeah. Well, that was in 25, right? Or 24? Yeah, it
It
would
was
have been.
25, it was like right after I took over city manager.
So when I budgeted,
Yeah.
when I admitted that I messed up when I budgeted that year. I budgeted twice for Opera House. So it was just sitting there. They have a GL for the Opera House, and then under admin, they have an annual contribution to Opera House, and I budgeted it
And
twice.
that was an example. We've done other things, or we've spent other funds for other things that have come up during the year. And we would have at least 100,000 available, wouldn't we?
Yeah, like
It's not budgeted.
that's not budgeted.
It's not budgeted.
So anything that's not budgeted, we use the admin's other services.
So, any further discussion?
I just wanted to ask if you could use your microphone, because I missed some of that.
So in 2025, we created a budget, and I made a mistake and budgeted twice for Opera House. And then they were retiring and said, hey, would you willing to pay off this note? And they said, we don't have the funds. I said, actually, we do, because it was double budgeted.
It was an accident, it worked in their favor.
Yeah.
In his favor.
So what you're saying, though, is there a way that we can do something like that, have an accident, and hold some money so that when we need it, we can use it?
Our reserves are substantial. Correct?
Correct.
It's been moved and seconded.
What was the motion?
Motion is to fund $122,000.
Yes.
125,
It was 122, sir.
122 for Karata bus for this year, for this next year.
I feel as if the discussion had come to a conclusion, so all those in favor, respond by saying aye.
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 No.
Oh, all those opposed say no. Motion carries, okay.
Is it 4 to 1?
Yes, yes. Freedom Fest,
So moved.
Second.
been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Quick question. I believe we also offer them in-kind services. Do we know the approximate value of those services?
No, but I can get it for you.
I have those recorded in my Maestro database because we have to turn it into the Kansas Main Street and Main Street America. So we do keep track of those twice a year, but I don't have it at my fingertips.
Okay. It won't impact my answer. I am just curious. Thank you.
I think, I can't remember, there was a motion. Is there?
I seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Did you skip cemetery?
No, they did that. Sorry.
You did
We
approve it?
approved
Okay.
Thank you, okay.
Thank you.
Fresh start?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
You're referencing 60,000.
60,000, correct.
All those in favor respond by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Mr. Wilcox, can you share with us what is next, please?
I don't know where you want to go. So I send you a budget overview. So we already hit the appropriations part. Again, what you're approving, when you approve a budget, would be the budget authority of all the funds. And I just don't know where to go from here because every little honey-do list is in here. With $2 million in streets, a new fence at Rather, a new park at Helen Park, IT, it says serve, but it's server installation. I honestly don't know where to go from here.
Okay, where's this cheat sheet, where's this 2 million on the streets?
So those are your tax levy funds. If you go to I will have to print you like an actual whole packet that you'll get next time that has revenues and expenses, and it's gonna be 2 different booklets. That's like a flippy, but it'd be under streets for, their operation services, which is their 797 line item.
Well, let's start with debt service.
Okay?
You earlier said that you thought we were gonna have $200,000 less in interest expense
Is that what I said? Or less in payments?
payments,
Okay.
200,000 less total.
Okay.
Is that correct? Is that the
Yes.
number on here?
Yes, but taking account, so you have to get creative when you created this budget. We have a building that we're paying for that we're no longer getting rent for, the ACT building. Their payment comes out of EDC's overall budget.
Right.
If you run their full payment to depletion, you're gonna run into cash basis law, which is budget authority problems. So half the payment comes out of EDC and the other half comes out of debt service. So when you look at the budget and you'll see the debt payments for '08, and we're paying what we can out of EDC and the rest is gonna come out of debt service. So it'll be paid off at the end of 2027 anyways, but it's like 268 that will come out of EDC and the rest will come from debt service.
Well, I see debt service for 27 at 9.8 million,
Yep,
correct?
correct. And it was 10.5 the year before.
Was that,
It was 10.5 the year before.
right, so that's an accurate number, then that's actually more than, let's see, that's 200, that's about 800,000.
Yeah, yeah.
And so your budgeted amount, though, is, maybe I'm wrong, your budgeted amount reflects that savings. So talking about the EDC, how does that bear on this savings? The lower number for the debt service.
How does it bear?
You said that part of the.
Why, so your question is, why did I bring that up?
Yes,
To let you know that we're paying on a building, so I had to get creative to make the EDC's 205 ask work. Their 1 mil that they get to make that work, so much of the debt payment had to come out of EDC and the rest came out of debt service.
okay. So that's still the case with the budget for the EDC.
Yes.
So there's. so
You
we-
still have a savings in debt service, yes.
Right. Well, I've indicated that I would like to see, as you know, about, I think, 4.25 mil reduction from R&R.
4.25?
Yes. That's $1 million.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
I mean, that'd be
29 for a mil.
239. You're looking at last year's numbers, 239, so that'd be like 1.2. I mean, where would you take it from? I could take it from streets, and then you wouldn't be happy.
You know,
How about people just pay their delinquent taxes?
the citizens of the community have borne an extra burden for years paying off these streets. And I think we need to give them a break. Now,
Their break will come next year.
what's that?
Their break will come next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that.
I'd like to start now.
Okay,
And one time, this was done many years ago, there were certain targeted things that people preferred and liked to kind of put a lot of political pressure on the city commission. So I think each department head should figure out, Mr. Zimmerman's help, where to come up with another $800,000 in savings. I'm not gonna tell them where to save it. They need to come up with the 800,000, what kinds of things that they could delay.
Per
instance-
department or holistically?
For all departments, for instance.
So
we-
800,000 per department?
No, 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 no.
So the departments in together,
Right.
same, okay, continue.
The point is, part of the budget from the, just as an example, from the rec department was to do some more playground equipment. We spent probably
That's-
8 times more on
That's
playground.
incorrect. I moved their playground equipment to their special parks. So they have a special fund that they get from liquid liquor sales tax. And so their upgrades to the parks are coming out of that fund. It's not even coming out of the general fund.
Well,
But we could
whatever-
take the Rather fence out of there, that's 300,000.
What's that?
We could take the fence out of there, that's 300,000.
Well, I didn't ask for the fence.
Okay,
The fence, they were applying for a grant.
okay.
I just think that the staff should come up with about 800,000 in savings, plus the debt service, that gets you about $1 million.
I don't think we do that until our debt payments are more squared away. I think it's too risky right now to do that. It's just gonna foul everything up. I think we need to rely on the advice of our CFO.
We had
He's got a good handle on things.
we have 65 million in reserves.
Where did you get that number from? It was never 65 million.
How much is in reserves? 6.5 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner
Mike.
Panera, I just want to advise, people online are not able to hear you, so make
Okay.
sure you're close to the microphone. I do also have 2 questions based on what we've discussed. First question, your proposal is to be approximately 4 mills and change below R&R this year. If we do so, what does that do for next year? What
That-
tone does that set?
That will be your tax levy for next year as well.
So we would have to continue to be lower, least we then end up above R&R?
It's easier to lower it, hard to raise it.
Understood.
But then we've been also told that the following years, when we have more substantial interest rate savings.
That brings me to my next question. What are the penalties for making early payments and/or payments directly towards these principals?
There isn't one.
You can't? What happens if you do? Or it's just simply forbidden?
They're already structured in the bond to do that.
20 years, yeah, 20-year payment for the GO bonds.
So it's not like your mortgage on your house that you
Yeah.
pay off road. It's not like that. These payments are already structured because people buy investments into those things, they calculate those.
So Commissioner Panera, am I hearing your proposal correctly that we would reduce by 4 and change mills, but then also apply additional reserved funding towards the debt? No,
No.
just the reduction of
So
mills.
what Mr. Landis says, hey, the following year, we're gonna have big savings in interest. We've said the same thing.
Correct.
My point is, there's no real danger there, because we're gonna have a big savings in interest 2 years out. So this, I wanna be careful, I said, this concern about not having the ability to do what we need to do as a city is not really a very rational concern when you're gonna have all the savings. How much savings will we have 2 years out in the interest?
2 years from this year or 2 years from this budget?
Say that again?
2 years from this year or 2 years from the 27 budget?
The savings,
So you have 2.2 that will sunset in,
2.2,
2.2 million that will sunset. Yes.
2.2 million.
I didn't even get to answer the question, but yes. If I could advise anything, I would just say keep status quo. It will naturally fall down with the years to come.
Mr. Wilcox, thank you for your advice, and I'm wondering about time. Do we need a break before we begin at 7, or do we want to push it to the last minute?
Broadcast will just keep going. It's all gonna be one big broadcast, so
Yeah.
you're fine to keep going.
I think here's my question for you, Mr. Wilcox. It's my understanding that through this budget meeting tonight, we do not have to form a consensus, but we should feel confident in how we have shaped the budget in anticipation of the September 1st of September, whatever, hearing.
Yes, but on the September 1st hearing, I would like to come to the meeting, the budget hearing with a complete budget ready for approval.
Okay.
So if the will of the commission is to reduce it by 4 mills, that would be the will of the commission, but it would have to be the will of the commission to reduce it by 4 mils.
And then we would have to then develop the budget further to accommodate that reduction in 4
Yes.
mils?
Yes.
Understood.
I don't wanna do that. I'll just say it right now, whoever else wants to join me, just go ahead and do it now, we can put this to rest.
Jamel, Mr. Wilcox, sorry. Would you please explain, when I had my meeting with you, you talked a little bit about keeping the mill levy the same, and how the reduction of our debt service would automatically lower the mill levy, and what that looks like. Is that something that you can talk about here so other people might be able to understand it?
Yeah, I'll give them a quick overview for time's sake. In the 2028 budget, you're going to see a reduction in about $2.2 million in debt payment. That's $2.2 million that you do not have to levy for the debt service, which you can then move to the general fund or just wipe it out. So that'd be $2.2 million that you don't have to budget for, which naturally will lower your mills, your tax levy.
That'd be about 8 mils, correct?
Well, we don't know what the,
Well, close, based on this mill levy rate,
Hypothetically.
hypothetically, 8 mils? No, it'd be,
239.
okay, and that's 1.6. You would need 4 more to get there, 3 more to get there.
I will share, I'm interested in staying the course. You and I have, you've had an open door policy. You have answered my thousands and thousands of questions. You have given incredible advice. You've given lots of time, and I respect your.
Salaries go up every year, just to say that you're gonna say the same number, it's a zero-sum game, it's not gonna work. So, that would be reckless.
How many months of operation are in the reserves at this time? Worst case scenario,
4.5.
4.5 months.
It's nothing.
I believe the standard is 2 or 3 at this time.
Yep.
That's the recommendation. So we're a tick ahead.
Yep.
Understood.
Continue to build up.
I agree also that we should leave it. I think that with debt service payments being paid off and sunsetting, we'll be in a whole different situation where we can address these things. I would love to lower the mill levy as well. I don't think it's smart right now.
So where we stand right now, I would decide, do you want to go ahead and close out for now, because we have time for a quick break before 7 o'clock?
Sure.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss or
Yeah.
prior to that hearing?
I'll have an agenda item next, sorry, I'll have an agenda item next meeting, and we'll talk about it then.
Understood. Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. We'll see you at 7. If you want to go ahead and take your seats.
Better?
It's all good. Please took care of it.
Okay, we'll make sure.
Hey, Leon,
No, we're taking our seats until, it's 7 o'clock. I'm calling this meeting to order. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and just begin with public comments for agenda items only. Is there anybody here who'd like to come forward to make a comment on agenda items only? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Quick question about the consent agenda regarding the write-offs due to deaths and bankruptcy. Do we know, how often are we navigating these? Is this a once-a-year experience? I don't remember seeing this last year, to be honest with you.
You're talking about B?
Correct.
It's once a year in August.
Okay.
Yeah. There's
Understood.
supposed to be more with it, but I didn't get my portion done, so it'll be on the next meeting. It goes with the special assessment, blight, and utility write-offs. It should be one package.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Did someone notice an error on the voting on minutes? I don't have mine.
I amended it last meeting.
I think there was an error.
Perhaps I did not notice it.
Could we table the minutes? 'Cause I don't have my computer up yet, and there's several. Could we table the minutes of the last 2 meetings until the next meeting for me to find that error?
Is that the budget meeting and the 2 commission meetings, or just the 2 commission meetings?
The commission meetings.
I'm receptive to tabling E and F.
Okay.
So I believe there's a motion on the table already, and it's been seconded for the consent agenda, which covers A through F. We've been asked to table E and F
As amended.
as amended. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to item 4, executive session. A, preliminary property acquisition discussion.
I move that the commission recess for an executive session to include the city manager, finance director, and the city attorney for 10 minutes at 7:03 p.m. to discuss matters regarding potential acquisition of real property for utilization by the city for administrative and operations. The justification for the executive session is for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property and is provided by KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting is to resume in this room at 7:13 p.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I move to return from executive session at 7:13 PM where no decisions were made and no action was taken.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I move that the commission recess for an executive session to include the city manager, finance director, and the city attorney for 10 minutes at 7:14 PM to discuss matters regarding potential acquisition of real property for the utilization by the city for administration and operations. The justification for the executive session is for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property and is provided by KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting is to resume in this room at 7:24 PM.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I've never brought mine.
Okay. I move to return from executive session at 7:24 PM where no decisions were made and no action was taken.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I move that the commission recess for an executive session to include the city manager, finance director, and the city attorney, as well as representatives for Silver Rock Ventures for 10 minutes at 7:26 PM to discuss matters regarding potential acquisition of real property for the utilization by the city for administration and operations. The justification for the executive session is for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property and is provided by KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting is to resume in this room at 7:36 PM.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
make a motion to return from executive session at 7:36 PM where no decisions were made and no action was taken.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
One more time.
I move that the commission recess for an executive session to include the city manager, finance director, and the city attorney for 10 minutes at 7:37 PM to discuss matters regarding potential acquisition of real property for the utilization by the city for administration and operations. The justification for the executive session is for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property and is provided by KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting is to resume in this room at 7:47 PM.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
I think this is the most executive sessions I've ever seen in a meeting.
I move to return from executive session at 7:47 PM where no decisions were made and no action was taken.
Second.
It's been moved
Do we
and
know
seconded.
where-
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Welcome back, Commissioner Pinero. Thank you. So I move that we authorize the acquisition of approximately 13 acres with structures at 375 Grant Avenue and the adjacent vacant property from Silver Rock Ventures for $1,925,000 and authorize the mayor to execute the purchase agreement. I further request that staff be directed to complete closing as soon as possible on or before September 1, 2026, or later date that is mutually agreeable.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. And now I believe Commissioner Pinero can return.
I think you went back there.
Times of pizza showing up. We're getting kind of hungry.
You want some? I'll order some.
No, I'm good.
I usually offer to share
I know you did.
I've got a big old thing of pizza. Shame Yuri's is closed. That's the good pizza.
So I feel like we're ready to move on to special presentations. A, Guardian U.S. Federal Properties Presentation and Incentive Request for the VA Project. Welcome. We're glad you're here. If you want to introduce yourselves and then begin when you're ready.
Do you want to, can we throw up the, excuse me. Thank you. The presentation material.
Yeah, the briefing.
I think it's in the agenda
They're
itself.
both attached to the same email.
If not, I can roll without it. It's okay.
If you look under the agenda, there's two files. It should be the second one.
Page 73.
There you
There we
go.
Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, thanks for having us back, actually. I don't know if you recall, but I'm Jason Havoc. I'm with U.S. Federal Properties. We're a developer based in Kansas City who specialize in build-to-suit facilities for federal government tenants. In particular, we do a lot of work with the VA. And so we're here tonight to talk to you about the VA project. We were actually here in January to talk about the same project and the incentive request. At that time, the VA had not awarded this project or selected a winning bidder, but as of today, they have. So if you recall, when we left the meeting last time, was, let's table the discussion. If Guardian and USFP are fortunate enough to win, why don't you come back and we'll pick it back up. So we're excited to be back because we were selected for this project back in early June. We're currently working with the VA on this project right now in a design process. If you want to, this is the same deck that you guys had before, and I know you received it ahead of time. So I'm sure you guys all studied this in depth prior to this meeting tonight. I'm kidding, but just a little overview for us. Like I said, we're based out of Kansas City, and high level, this project for VA here in Junction City is similar to what we do across the country. We've been working with the VA for over 15 years to build community-based outpatient clinics and other healthcare centers to provide much-needed services to vets all over the country. And on this particular project, we partnered with Steve's firm, which is Guardian Development, They are a service-disabled, veteran-owned company. There are certain projects that the VA will run that are restricted to those companies. And then they partner with developers like ourselves who complement one another quite well to provide a successful package together. So I want to give Steve the opportunity to introduce himself. He wasn't able to make it last time we were here, but I'll turn over to Steve for a minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. As Jason said, my name is Steve Vanderhei. I'm President and founder of Guardian Development Group. Prior to that, I actually worked at the VA building these clinics and facilities for a number of years. Built the largest VA facility in Fredericksburg, Virginia, that just opened in 2022. So over the last 5 years, I've been awarded several of these facilities with partners such as USFP, building currently a clinic in Lecanto, Florida, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, New Albany, and now San Marcos, Texas. So I had the opportunity to partner with USFP on this project, being this is in their backyard, so it made a perfect fit. As mentioned, I've been working on these for several years prior to that, and I had the opportunity to work with USFP when I was on working at VA. So thank you. So if we want to go on to the next slide, I can speak specifically to this project. So this is a 51,000 square foot facility. It'll be located on the northwest corner of 77 and Rucker Road on an 11-acre site. The primary services that will be offered at this facility are primary care, mental health, eye, ear, physical medicine and rehabilitation, radiology, and prosthetics. So that's what VA has asked for in their requirements, and that's a facility we'll be building on their behalf.
Yeah, so just to add that to a little bit, like I said, we are partnered together on this project. We've entered into a 20-year lease with VA for the project. So we'll go back to that later, that term of this lease, because I think it's important to recognize that relative to the term of the incentive structure that we're asking for from the city to support, which is only 10 years. We believe that this clinic will employ at a minimum of 80 new jobs. We don't have all the specifics of those positions at this time. As we were working with VA on the design, we're getting into that, but it ranges anywhere from doctors to nurses, clinicians, all the way to administrative support and techs. So, you know, we usually look at these projects when they have 300 parking spaces. You know, that tells us there's probably about 80 to 100 employees, and then 200 spaces for visitors that are, you know, in and out of this clinic all day long. So they will see a lot of visits. I know we talked to Kim and Britton and others about this, but, and you guys may know this, that, you know, these clinics here in Junction City are one of the most used in the region. They support 17 to 18,000 veterans in the Flint Hills area. And so currently these vets, when they can't get the services at the current clinics, you know, they're driving to Topeka, they're driving to Wichita or Kansas City or elsewhere to get some services that are now being brought to Junction City in this larger facility. So, you know, on average, the jobs are about an $80,000 pay scale. So, you know, considerable pay that will be coming into the city again. And total capital investment on this project, just on the construction side, is about $30 million.
Will you be using any local contractors for any work at all?
Yeah, so we are partnered with a general contractor that's McCown Gordon. They're actually headquartered in Kansas City, but they have offices in Wichita and Manhattan. So we're partnering with the Manhattan office. And so they have a lot of local, I think, connections with subcontractor trades and things like that. So it is critical for us to use those subcontractors in this market. In a particular note already, we've engaged with Cobb Valley Engineering, you know, who has a relationship with the city and is here as well to support engineering services. So we will continue to utilize the local contractors. That's a great point. There's a series of pictures following this. It just kind of gives you an idea of what this clinic looks like as a reminder. This is an exterior view. We can click through kind of some of the interior renderings. There's a close-up of the entrance. This is the site plan on the, you know, again, the northwest corner of 77 and Rucker Road. It's 2512 Locally, you recognize it as the kind of the day care and school facility for the Apostolic Church. So that is who we're purchasing the property from and are currently under contract. Expecting to close in September on the acquisition. So any questions on an overview of the project before we kind of move into the incentive discussion? Or the project in general? Okay.
You said you plan on breaking ground in October, or possibly?
Yeah, possibly. That's, so we have some things that are moving through the city that we presented for kind of the replat, the rezoning, and some other like entitlements that have to kind of happen first before we break ground, of course. But those have been submitted, assuming that goes well and is approved in September. We also have like a groundbreaking ceremony that we're planning with VA and the congressionals, in particular, Senator Moran's office. Obviously, he's very interested in this project. Steve and I have actually worked with Senator Moran and his staff on some other things on Capitol Hill related to, VA projects and helping them do these projects, do more of them, do them better.
Quicker.
And quicker.
I have a question.
Yes.
I asked it before, and I'll ask it again. Does anything have to happen to the road to get to the VA? Infrastructure, lights, changing in the road, Rucker Road?
At Rucker Road.
Yes.
We are completing a traffic study, so Cobb Valley will be working on that for us. We do not believe there will be any changes, infrastructure changes. We do believe there may be some like restriping for a turn lane right in front of the facility that's on Rucker Road before you get to 77, right there if you were coming from, I guess, west to east. The property will be on your left-hand side. We won't know the full extent to that until we do that traffic study, and that's something we also present to the city and the planning department for confirmation, but that's our understanding for now.
So we really want this to go through the VA. Has there been other VAs that have been approved and then disapproved after they were already approved?
Yeah, funny you mention that. Yes, there actually have. Steve and I, unfortunately, have worked on some of those together. That's really why we're here to talk about the incentives, because they are critical to make these projects work. It's the but-for test that we're here to talk about. And, VA has very specific thresholds and mandates on how much money they can spend on these projects. They do go to Congress to get appropriation and funding. The PACT Act is a group of projects that includes Junction City that came out in fiscal year 2023. So we're almost to fiscal year 2027, and we're still working on Junction City. There were 30 other projects that a lot of us all worked on, some of us, like Steve and I, worked together, that actually were canceled because they went through the process like this, and they couldn't get the funding because they were too expensive. They took too long, and as projects take longer, costs go up. That's something that we're realizing here on this, as an anecdote to that. We submitted our final proposal to VA for this project in March of 2025, and we're awarded the project in June of 2026. So, they make us hold our numbers for over a year to make this project work, which in this day and age and everything that's going on with markets and interest rates and tariffs and new wars, and it just escalates construction costs. So, that's why these incentives are so critical and really will kind of make or break this project going forward. So,
In the documentation you submitted in March of 2025, did you notate any incentives?
we did, yes. So at the time, we'd done research on industrial revenue bonds, and we've used this program in other markets. Most recently, we've done different state, but we did one in the state of Missouri for a lab that we built for USDA. So common vehicle, we did talk with the EDC. We knew what the incentive package was that was given to one of the other developers for this project. So, we wanted to model our incentive request off of that, which is what we're here to talk about tonight is the 10-year property tax exemption, but supported by a $40,000 a year pilot payment. So we did factor that into our proposal to the VA. We knew we did not have the city's blessing yet for that. But again, given the threshold requirements that we were required to stay under, and in discussions with VA at the time, you know, it was obvious, like, that's a move we had to make. We knew it was a calculated risk. And so that's why we're here back today, to talk to you about, you know, making sure we can implement that into the lease that we have now signed with VA that does contemplate that structure. You know, you want to add to that?
No, I mean, I guess I would add that VA did come back to us earlier this year, I think it was May, prior to the award of this, and asked us, can we hold our pricing and can we adhere to this real estate tax base of this program? And more or less, we were given if you can't, this isn't going to happen. So we kind of had to take a little bit of a risk to see this project through. And there were, I think to your earlier question, Kim, pardon me, there were several other facilities that were canceled that we were part of. Specifically Columbia, Missouri was a larger facility that was canceled. VA had to cancel it because the pricing was over budget. Same with Farmington, Missouri. Those were two projects that were recently canceled by the VA that fell into, this was heading down a very similar path, so.
Because incentives were not offered?
I can't speak to what the whole package was, it's, I'd say it's more convoluted. I wouldn't want to say that because I can't, you know, VA made the cancellation. We know that it was over budget, so
Can you speak to the incentive structure now?
Sure. Yeah, so what we're asking here for today is, it's the same structure that was approved for the Highland development. It's industrial revenue bonds to support a 10-year property tax abatement. As I mentioned earlier, this is a 20-year lease, so we're asking for 0 taxes for 10 years. In lieu of paying 0 taxes, there's a pilot payment in lieu of taxes of $40,000 a year. The expectation is in year 11, when the tax abatement program sunsets, that this property would go back on the tax roll. We would be paying full taxes at the property for the last 10 years of the lease. And, you know, there's also a pretty high probability that after this 20-year lease, the VA will renew. We do see that quite often, you know, working in this space. Steve and I have been doing this for about 20 years, so that is a very commonplace. So in addition to that, these IRB packages typically come with a sales and use tax exemption on construction materials. So we're also asking for that to be part of the package. And those two kind of typically go hand in glove on industrial revenue bond projects in our experience.
I'd like to ask our staff real quick, since those incentives were offered to the other developers, were those incentives tailored specifically to that building, or was it for the project itself?
I believe there's, well, I'll let Brett answer it because he's here.
Those numbers were derived, those were requested by that
That other developer?
the applicant developer. Per that, also taking into account the purchase of the building. And so that's what went into that particular offer.
Okay, so
so-
the incentives that we had developed for the other applicant were unique to the property being navigated at that time? Or they may have been formed to those amounts because of the condition of that property?
That is what was requested by that developer.
Okay,
And so, and the thing is, as you know, you can come up to the $40,000 mark and it'd be unique and it'd still be the same number between different projects.
certainly. I love the idea of putting a VA clinic in a county with one of the highest veteran per capita rates. It is a little concerning that an incentive that was not offered was included in the expectations and that it presents a level of risk in the treatment that we could bring to our veterans if we cannot fulfill that incentive. I'm not saying we can't, but it's an interesting wrench in the conversation.
Were the sales tax and use taxes that he talked about part of that incentive package?
I believe so. That was a prospective package because, you know, we couldn't guarantee anything until we went through the IRB process here. But I believe those are both contemplated for that.
That other developer was purchasing a city-owned building. How much were we making off of that to give that incentive?
I believe after we negotiated, it would be approximately $2 million is what the real estate transaction agreement was for.
As we speak to incentives, could you help us understand not just the VA proper itself, but the 80 employees, you know, the gains that the community would get from all the additional things that come with bringing the
Sure.
clinic here.
Yeah, so we actually worked with the Kansas Department of Commerce to do this analysis. We know how to do it, but I think coming from us might seem a little biased, and that's why the DOC is there to help support these projects. They are kind of one of the gatekeepers for IRBs. They understand how they work. So we worked with them back in January to provide the information for the project, the costs, the employees, the payroll, and then they'll do some analysis on some like the other indirect benefits to the project. So that's one of the handouts that was first on the screen. I think it's been shared with everybody to provide that cost benefit analysis. The punchline to it is they did the analysis over the 10 years. If you look at the taxes that are given up as like it was an investment into this project, you would receive a 12% return on that investment, and it would break even in 8.4 years over the 10-year term. So as I think about that as an investor and others in the room, you know, if you can invest in something and it's a 10-year horizon and you can get all your money back before that loan period, if you will, or that investment period even sunsets, at a 12% return, I think in this market, it's pretty good. You know, when we look at that, we worked with them just to ensure that we're not exceeding beyond the 10-year period in a payback, and that the return threshold wasn't too low. I mean, those would have been red flags for us to probably not even go any further down the road with that. So there are, typically we see with these projects, like I said, we've built a lot of them. Steve has worked on these projects, both on the VA side and the developer side. A lot of economic activity that is born out of these projects. Obviously, there's at least 80 employees, possibly more. You know, hundreds of visits a day from vets. These vets that drive in, you know, now they're not driving to, Kansas City, Topeka, Wichita, and spending their money in those markets for lunch or shopping or whatever they might be doing. We can keep that money in Junction City. So there is a lot of other benefits to this. We also see this unlocking other development around these clinics when they go in, because there is so much activity with them. You know, and there's already some development at that intersection with Dollar General. There's another corner there that could be prime for development. So there's potential for that. And I think what the cost benefit analysis speaks to is that at a minimum, you know, there's a very reasonable return for this project for this city.
A lot of mine encourage more veterans to retire here as well. Pick up Shakir right here, you want to stay active, live in Webster town. I mean, I think there's so many benefits with it.
Yeah, if you're not driving,
Exactly.
you know,
If you need care for a routine basis, might as well just live here.
yeah.
Once the lease is signed, have you had information about cancellations and other projects like this once the lease has been signed?
We've certainly seen those like in the past. I haven't had any.
We haven't had any recently.
Like recently,
We're not
but-
aware of any.
Yeah.
What did you calculate your tax rate would be annually as opposed to the pilot? The payment in lieu of taxes?
What
What cost leasing you?
Yeah, I think the analysis that we did with, again, with the Department of Commerce to come up with this is the property tax abatement value about $2.7 million over the 10 years. So $271,000 a year.
I noticed the desire for incentive is stemming from this rent cap that the VA navigates. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, you want to
Sure.
take that one?
Yeah, no, so when these projects are budgeted, they have to go to Congress. This was actually passed by law. So it's a very in-depth process in which it goes through VA, it goes through GSA, another federal real estate agency, it goes through OMB before it gets to Congress and the HVAC committees. They actually have to look at this, approve the budget, and they basically establish a threshold that they cannot cross a certain dollar amount to get these projects, make the project awardable.
Can I interject one thing too,
Yeah.
which is I think unique to these projects is they set a rent in fiscal year 23 for a project that's not going to start until, you know, in this case, 28, 29, that has to be flat for 20 years. So if anybody in here does real estate, everybody wants growth every year. you know? It's really hard to kind of make these work at a flat rent for 20 years. It doesn't change when, there are some expense adjustments we get relative to CPI, but these are pretty flat, net operating income deals for 20 years. So it's another thing that kind of makes them a challenge, just for information.
Commissioner Nimzig, can I ask your thoughts on that? Sure. What's your thoughts on that?
He's right. Yeah, I mean, nobody goes in thinking they're never going to be able to raise the rent. I assume that you're starting quite high. I assume that you know how long it takes to get these awarded, and that
Sure.
you put in your costs that you know are going to be increasing with labor, materials and such.
So
I
we,
assume you go in that way.
we do, but here's the challenge. VA doesn't always go in that way, especially when, like, these were fiscal '23, like, some of those projects might have started with a funding development or research, like 5 years before that. Some of these, like, started pre-COVID. We see, I think that's one of the biggest issues with the '23 package, was a lot of that funding was started pre-COVID. So they had in their minds, and they looked back pre-COVID, well, what do these things cost to build? Well, we should be able to build them for that much anymore. And the whole world changed in 2020 and beyond, as we know. So the prices skyrocketed. Well, instead of stopping there and maybe going back to Congress and say, we think we're going to need more money, they said, put them in the market, see what you get, and let's see how we do. So in this particular one, they did not go back and get any more funding, so they kind of, they stuck us with that. So I agree, we do go in that way, but we are kind of hampered by what VA gives us and their decision on whether they're going to move forward or not.
What is the rent that you've agreed to for 20 years?
Oh, boy.
I would have to go back.
I'd have to look, I apologize, I don't know off the top of my head.
Does that rate anticipate the pilot ending prior to the lease?
Yes,
Yeah.
for 10 years, correct.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, don't forget, this incentive package that we gave last time assumed that we were gonna get $2 million back.
Right.
So that's a big incentive for us to do what we did with the other developer, because we were getting $2 million either way, or whatever the price of the building was.
End up
But
building
we're
off
not
our
getting
hands.
$2 million back on this project.
Well, we'll say with this project, I mean, we understand that point. Obviously, there's nothing we could do about that now, and the decision was made by VA. We submit our project and our team, and they make the decision. The property is currently not on the tax roll, so it's $0 that the city's making right now. So by granting these incentives for the next 10 years, there's no loss in revenue. This also doesn't require, RBs don't require a budget hit to the city budgets. And so, I think that's something else for consideration in these projects.
Just for the public's benefit, you
Yeah.
said there was a risk in the way you presented this to the VA. I understand what I think you're saying, but could you tell the public what the risk was that you took by including those incentive expectations?
Well, the risk was that we don't get them. And that we have a project in which we have to deliver a facility that is going to be very difficult to deliver. And, I'm not going to sit here and say that this kills the project today if we don't get this incentive. It does hurt it, though. And we're going to have to look at tools to value engineer. We're going to have to talk to VA to see what they can do to potentially maybe reduce services to keep this project going, or how. Like I said, we've been through enough of these that, it's a development. We have a lot of work to do, and this is one piece of that, but it would definitely be a difficult hurdle for us to get across.
I think this is a wonderful opportunity for our community, and I think the numbers kind of speak for themselves, and the potential for economic development is a big deal. And I don't know, do we have more
I have
questions?
a question. What was we did the tax abatement for commercial and residential properties for that, is it RHID?
We do have the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, the NRP.
Right, the NRP. What was the scaling of the tax abatement in that? Was it a 10-year program?
I think Mr. Tregnitz might know, but I think we did go to a 10-year, or?
So we, this year, last year, I'm sorry, we changed it. It was a 10-year program, starting from 95, working all the way down to 25, the last couple of years.
I don't know that that property is in the NRP zone, though.
No,
It
it's
is-
not.
it is not.
But we gave the tax abate in the commercial and residential areas the same, and it was a scale down. It wasn't 100%, started at 95%, and then it went down to, did you say 5%?
25.
25. So we have a similar model that we use for other commercial ventures.
As a person who used the VA a lot, I would hate to see losing this project for $40,000 a year.
I
When you
agree.
look at all the veterans we have in this area, and how many are in this room, this is very important for the economic development of Junction City and the veterans' health care.
I agree. In fact, is it my understanding that in the current state of this property, they're already not paying taxes at this time due to the nature of it being a church?
Correct.
And it, for how many years has it been a church?
So are we ready to make a decision at this time?
The other topic that was under consideration wasn't paying taxes either, because the city owned it.
Precisely.
I would just like to see it cut down a little bit. I'm with Richard here. I don't know about the scale as much as 100% for a little bit shorter time, because I know we've seen with other things where they don't last and we've never gotten feedback on them.
I'm not interested in making any changes at this time because this is an opportunity that we don't want to lose in our community.
I'd like to make sure the incentive is tailored to the circumstance. You know, when they speak about taking a risk, they took a risk on behalf of their business, but also on behalf of the veterans in Junction City. I'm not closed-minded to an incentive, but I agree with Commissioner Nimzik. I'd like to make sure that the incentive being navigated is appropriate for this location.
And I'm not interested in taking a risk for our veterans. We need to take care of our veterans, and this is the
Agreed.
time.
What I would like to do is table this until our next meeting. I would like to know precisely what incentives we gave and how those conclusions were reached for the other project wherein we were going to receive $2 million.
It's apples and oranges, you really can't compare the two.
I'm all in favor of the IRBs for absolutely, no question about that. I just want to talk about the other incentives that they've mentioned, and precisely what we did.
Gentlemen, what's the timeline for us to make a decision of this matter?
We were originally scheduled to be on the docket last month, just for some planning purposes. We did move it to August. We were pretty hopeful of a decision this evening. If it's the next meeting in 2 weeks, it's probably not the end of the world, but we don't want to go past that. As we talked about earlier, we've already submitted plans and replats and rezoning requests to the city for consideration in September. We have a groundbreaking with, a lot of folks at VA and other dignitaries in October that, that's the target we're trying to hit. So this will set us back. It's possible we have to move some of that back, but
I just don't see what's gonna change.
I just don't get it. This thing's been on the calendar for years now. We were jumping over backwards. This thing got approved to be coming to Junction City, and now we want to table it to talk about it longer for $40,000. I don't get it. It's that the veterans' health care is so important in this area. I got to drive to Topeka for a 10-minute appointment on Friday
I
or
agree.
Thursday. I'm missing meetings with the mayor that I can't attend. And this is all,
service is
I'm
vital.
sorry, I'm still talking. This is all very important to the city. This is all important to economic development. This is all important to Stantec. This is all important for the future of this area. And we're going to table this again for $40,000? I don't understand it. I'm sorry.
I'd like to ask, what is the will of the commission at this time?
I'm going to approve the incentive package as presented.
There's a motion on the, I made a motion.
Motion to table it? Okay, thank you for that. I don't see a second. So I'd like to move on to the other motion that's out there. Would you like to repeat
Move
it
to
again?
approve the incentive package for the implement as presented.
I second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
It's just disappointing that we were not offered to play a role in this incentive from the beginning in a more specific way.
If there's no further discussion?
I don't think that's true. not being rude, they came here in January, and the comments from the commissioners in January with, if you get the bid, please come back and see us, and we will discuss it.
You know, that one commissioner said that, and I've already said I'm totally in favor of the IRBs. And I've asked to know what other incentives we gave the other developer that's
So-
gonna buy the city building for $2 million.
So we did set the expectation that we would discuss it at
Yes.
this meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what we're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
What's your-
Our delay is to make sure that people have time to think, because this is a big, big decision.
I don't think we're saying no. I think we're saying we want some more discussion here. And
I'd be happy to open the floor to discussion.
Yeah, I would,
Finish the vote, because you haven't done that yet.
We have a motion and a second, and we are, did I already say all those in favor? I did? Oh, sorry. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
I'm abstaining.
So we have 2-2. Then we keep moving forward and bring this forward again and have further discussion, I believe is one of our options. Is that correct?
I think we can complete this discussion today.
Let's go ahead. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brendan, if it's 2-2, I believe we can continue to discuss further and bring the motion back to the floor
You
again.
can discuss, if it was 2-3, you
Oh.
could discuss and remove again. It'd probably have the same result. But if you have further discussion, you can. The other thing is, even if you approve a same package tonight, nothing's going to happen with IRBs until you have an issuing of them. The pilot will be done, and as good as I think I am, I on these issues on IRBs and pilots have utilized Sarah Steele from Gilmore Bell, who's very versed in these, and she gets paid by the people that utilize them, even though she's our attorney for the bond counsel. They're just highly technical, and there's a lot of moving parts to it that are very highly technical on it, so that's why we utilize her, and it doesn't come out of our budget. So if you go that way, that's a way to go. But, and just to add the information, the only incentives that I recall off the top of my head, and we can research more between now and the next meeting if we have to, are the proposed leaning towards and saying, hey, we would look at doing the IRB process with a $40,000 a year pilot. And also there was the sale of the ACT building for $2 million. That was negotiated from original, I think, $3 million or something down because of the status of the building, and they would take on the renovations as opposed to making us renovate it for them to move into.
I want to reiterate, I want this clinic in Junction City. We need it. As promised in our January meeting, we are to have a discussion about the incentives we can offer you. I want to make sure we fulfill that discussion. This is, my point of concern is not centered around denying you incentives. It's making sure it's appropriate for this situation. I want to be very clear on that.
So I'd like to open the floor at this moment for further discussion and just continue for as long as we need to.
Just on the IRBs alone, what is your projection of the interest savings utilizing IRBs as opposed to traditional financing?
Well, my understanding, the IRBs, what they talk about bond and conduit financing, it's really not financing the project per se. It's a mechanism to put the project in title to the city because the city is tax exempt, so then they can pass that exemption on to us. In terms of like repayment of the bond, if you will, it's what we would agree to, which the payment would be on the pilot, $40,000 a year. So assuming we make the pilot each year for the 10 years, the pilot payment, then we'd be fulfilling the quote-unquote bond obligation under a performance agreement. And at the end of 10 years, you basically deed the property back to us for like a nominal amount. And again, this is what, like Gilmore and Bell puts this all together, and there's a lease and a performance agreement and some other documentation.
So the incentive is really to enable the city to give you the tax savings.
Correct, yes. Yeah, but there's no like comparable financing mechanisms or,
No
yeah.
comparable interest.
That's my understanding, yeah.
When this initial incentive was developed, where did we get 40,000 per year from? What was that developed against?
I think that was an estimation of, based upon the appraisal done by Highlands team of what the city's portion of ad valorem taxes would have been with the renovations, with the, it being functioning as a commercial building as well, if I recall correctly off the top of my head.
Valid, it's been a while. I'm just
Yeah.
curious about the metrics.
Well, and to reiterate, yeah, we were not aware of that. What we were trying to do is, it appeared that the city was supportive of that structure, so we wanted to mirror that same structure in our proposal, or now in our request as well. So that's how we came to the $40,000 and the other attributes of the package. So it was apples to apples. And again, I think another important part is, like we discussed, it's for a 10-year period. It's not for 20. We do see a lot of these. I used an example earlier. We did this in Missouri on a project where we actually had incentives on that for 20 years. So, that probably could have been the crest to do it longer, but we think 10 years is a comfortable amount. And again, the cost benefit analysis that we had done by kind of an independent third party in the state of Kansas to justify that, this works.
Did you come prepared to offer a little more on the pilot for the 40 grand?
We have not run any analysis to that extent through like the same cost benefit analysis. So we haven't. Look, we're open to working with the city where we see and view you as a partner, the same way we view the VA as a partner. We're here to get this project done, just like everybody else, and we want to bring this to Junction City.
Last comment, I've just asked to see what the total package was that we offered the previous developer, not just the pilot, not just the IRBs, but the other sales tax and the use tax, with those, if those were included. And no one here tonight can absolutely definitively say what they are.
Is there a way to access that by any chance? Do we just need a little time
Well,
to?
that would have been a part of the IRBs, because IRBs can be done, so that way there's an exemption on both property tax as well as the sales tax related to its construction. And that was included. I don't know what the value would be on that.
Were they there? That's my question.
It's our understanding, that was like the extent of the request is I guess three things. It's the 10-year exemption, it's the payment in lieu of taxes as the offset for the exemption, and then the exemption on sales and use tax. So it's just, I think that's our understanding is like the complete package.
So I pulled up my March 11th, 2025 letter that I drafted for Mr. Zimmerman to sign, and it noted the reduction of the purchase price, and it also included the IRBs for property tax exemption for 10 years, which is the statutory maximum, and then the sales tax exemption on materials purchased for construction in it with a pilot, $40,000 for 10-year duration. The current annual taxes exceed $130,000, and so $40,000 was a rough estimate based upon the mill. So, less than 1/3 other taxing entities here are higher percentages of that, R&R excluded. But that's what we sent at the time, Mayor Landis and Mr. Zimmerman signed that, and we sent it off to the VA.
Can I ask a question? So the current taxes were 130 at the facility, that would be reduced to 40?
Well, the city's portion of the 130, because the 130 goes to all taxing entities.
Right.
City, county, school district, USD 475, and the little portion of the state. And so since we make up approximately a little less than a third based upon our mill levy compared to other mill levies in the area, That's what our estimate is.
Is that comparable to that building was going from 130 or some other number down to 40, and ours is going from 0 up to 40? Is that a fair comparison?
No, no, because the 130 was what the call center was at. And even though it was a city building, it was used for a commercial purpose because of economic development. And so we still paid taxes on it, but ACCT, a part of their payment was to, Spirit 76, then to the city, through a sublease agreement.
Okay.
Which then covered that mostly. And then the current property that you have got for your project is a church, so it's tax exempt.
Yeah.
However, I don't know what the appraised value would be for that. But I don't, so basically what it is the 130 was the total tax bill. And so our portion was just 40.
I got you.
And then so right now there's, 0, so that's 40 to 40, whereas the church would be 0 to 40. But without the sale of the call center unless you want to buy it.
So the city was receiving 40
Yeah.
from the ACT building, and then we continue to receive 40
Yeah,
versus
through
now
the-
they're
yeah.
receiving 0, and if we don't do or didn't do the project, it would continue to be 0. But with this project, that property now generates 40 a year versus 0.
On that property,
Got it.
And then-
Okay.
and the
So,
property
yeah,
value,
there's some incremental benefit there then in comparison.
Again, want this clinic, but the expectation was set to have this discussion.
Yeah.
Don't want to blindly obligate one way or the other, want to feel confident in these navigations.
Do you need any more information tonight to be confident in your navigation? Is there anything else you're looking for, Commissioner?
I would like
Mayor, sorry.
to make a request. We could do a special meeting next week to discuss this. There are some experts in the community that do this kind of development, and I would like to know, based on private or public conversations, what their thoughts and input would be about this, about what they've heard. They're here in the room. They know this process. I just would like to know.
Could we bring them forward tonight? Could we bring them forward tonight and learn from them? If you've got,
If they may not care to publicly comment, that's
they
the
may
question.
not. Do we want to ask them? Do we have somebody, do we want information? Do we want that? Is there anybody here that could address some of Commissioner Pinero's concerns that feels comfortable coming forward?
So I currently lease the existing VA facility. So I want to also express a couple of key points here. The real estate navigation that this firm has done in order to land the new VA contract here is monumental. The lease agreement itself is multiple hundred pages, and I think the commission is not realizing that you're broadcasting that Junction City is closed for business. We should be far more incentivizing outside developers to come and bring $30 million to our community, 80 jobs that are paying $80,000 a year. Local dollars on this project are going to tumble 7 times. Come on, guys, just say yes.
Mr. Shamrock, I respect your opinion greatly, and that's why I was wanting a little more time to know what you thought about this, because I sure as heck wouldn't want to leave this meeting and support this project and find out you thought we were making an error as a city commission, because you are, your family is probably the foremost expert in the community about this.
They're taking a tenant from me, and I still want them to get the incentive.
Okay,
It's the right thing for the veterans. It's the right thing for the community. I mean, just say yes. This is the right time. And
Are you making a motion?
I think you're there. Support the team to support Junction City.
Okay, that convinces me. I did not want to have this happen and get to
We just met him, by the way. We just met him, by the way, so, we just met him, so.
Oh, I know, I don't suspect any hanky.
No, again, just the desire to make sure we actually address that conversation, because I think we all know that we get accused of going into things blindly without facilitating the conversations, although I also get accused of asking too many questions. We'll continue to do so. I like to show that we consider these things, and when we set the expectation that we will discuss these things, as we did, I want to feel good that the discussion was navigated, even if it is an obvious yes. I feel many of the things we navigate are obvious. I still produce discussion, questions, and conversations. That's all.
If there's,
Given that, is there a motion on the floor?
there is not, but,
So
when-
I'll make a vote, second. the
it's
motion.
been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Who made the second? You did. Okay, in light of Mr. Schoenrock's observations, I am happy to second the motion.
If there, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
So moving on to 5B, discussion on pyrolysis with CERC Renewables.
Just have Kendall come up and talk for me too. That seemed to go really, really well, so.
So let me open some of these. Yeah, yeah, I gotta wake up my IT guy. If it's up there, you can run with it, yeah, we can run with that, I think that's the latest one. Is that the latest one?
I'm sorry. It is, yes.
All right, so, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this meeting tonight is an information brief, okay? We don't expect you to make any decision tonight. It's an information brief on a possible project for the city of Junction City for economic development. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Michaels, who will give the brief.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners, appreciate you, everybody, audience. So, as Kim said, we're a group out of Kansas City, 3 Kansas guys, born and raised, and we got into the business of waste energy a few years ago. And so we're going to talk about pyrolysis tonight, what we call oxygen-free incineration, right? Heat without oxygen. So we start with a problem. And it's not one that a lot of people think about. When you think about environmental problems, if we just said, give us your top 10, wood waste and sewage sludge probably don't make the top 10. But the reality is wood waste and sewage sludge and clean energy are a problem. We have too much of some of them and not enough of the other. So we've got solid waste filling up landfills. Okay, we're hauling wood waste to the landfills. We've got storm debris from around the region. And then with sewage sludge, people are either hauling it to landfills or worse, they're land applying it. And sewage sludge does have polyfluoroalkyl forever chemicals in it, PFAS. Maine has done a great job leading the charge. They've outlawed it. Massachusetts is close. There's 16 other states in the union right now moving towards it. But right now we're putting that on our soil, and it's ending up in our corn, and the cows eat the corn. So, sewage sludge hauling is going to rise with energy costs. Once they figure out what's in it, it could end up being always landfilled, and tipping fees are going to go up. You're adding things to this community. You're in a VA hospital, more industry, more people, more solid waste. And as a country, we need to find what we figure is an economically sustainable solution to solving this issue.
Yeah, I guess, because what would the VA do with their waste, right, the medical waste?
That's a similar question, but different to this, but that's a phase 2. But yeah, great question. In current renewable energy solutions, they're not as efficient as everybody thought they were, and some of them are unsightly, in the wind and solar, very polarizing. So the system that we're proposing, and that's an actual photo of one of the units that's been commercialized, is a site that would handle 24,000 tons of solid waste per year. This site would generate 4 megawatts of energy, 340 days a year. The other 25 would be cut in about half. Revenue streams, we'd be selling biochar, which is what's created by the unit. Once you cook
the wood waste and the sewage sludge, you get a carbon on the backside of that. We'd be selling energy out of these systems after we power a couple city sites. We would be generating carbon credits, and we have brokers for those in the East Coast and South America who are screaming for carbon credits generated by biochar right now. And then tipping fees. You know, as people bring the wood to us, if we're able to source sludge from neighboring cities that have the same problem as we scale. Could you change this one? Thank you. So this would be 70 tons of solid waste a day, 340 days a year. The feedstocks cook on their own synthetic gases. So there is it's a very low energy footprint. It's what we like to call closed loop. You start it with some natural gas or a little bit of propane, and as the wood and the sludge cook, there's a science inside of it that uses the gases from those as fuel, so it continues to cook itself. The stack is clean, the emission stack. These are in 12 states and 2 provinces in Canada. They've all been air permitted. The heat runs a boiler that then turns the steam turbines. We'll be sequestering the biochar/carbon that generates the carbon credits. We have a lot of USDA support on these projects. We see soil and compost as our #1 offtake for the biochar, and we're doing some work on cement and concrete and actually plugging orphan oil and gas wells at the moment with it. The site would create 4 jobs, potentially 5, but conservative 4, around $65,000 a year. These are 40-hour jobs. There's no overtime involved. If you have a pellet grill, imagine this the same. You set it, you make sure the hoppers are full when you leave at night, and it's still cooking in the morning. So very automated. And then all the technologies we'd be deploying are fully commercialized. The turbine is a new design, but it's a steam design done by guys who've been doing gas turbines for about 30 years. But the pyrolysis unit itself, the core of all the technology, they've got 20 plus of these out in the wild now cooking, various feedstocks, and everything is built in Missouri. So, I know we're in Kansas, but the goal future would be advanced manufacturing to scale their manufacturing, and they are wide open to bringing it over to the state of Kansas as well. So you take a look at the states and and up in Canada, the green stars are where are states that have the units now. There's not one in Kansas, and there's not one in this type of setup. A lot of people that are using them are sawmills, people who generate wood waste. One of the largest equestrian farms in the state of Florida has ordered 3 of their big units that would be about 100,000 tons of waste a day just to handle the bedding and the manure from the stalls. They've got like 9,000 stalls at this equestrian farm. So they're going to be deploying these just to get rid of waste, just so they don't have to haul it off. To give you an idea of next one, sorry. I keep clicking and I forget you. The biomass life cycle, just to give you an idea, the wood waste goes into the pyrolysis technology. It generates the heat and electricity. It generates biochar, which can be used in, again, building products, and obviously multiple farming applications and carbon credits. We've got colleagues down in Middle Missouri that are doing this in poultry to clean up poultry farming. They're using it in soil and compost, and they're having some amazing results. We took Jimmy Jo Jensonius, the USDA Rural Director for Kansas. We took her on a field trip, and she met these people face to face. She met a guy that he grows for a large poultry industrial complex, I'd say. He does 20,000 chicks per flock, and we won't say their name, but he started feeding biochar to the chickens. And what happens is when the chicken eats the carbon, it takes all the toxins out of the body, out of the digestive tract. And so he was growing cleaner, healthier, larger chickens, and he was using less food. So the big conglomerate calls him and they said, hey, what are you doing different? Your feed to yield ratios are off the charts. And their name rhymes with like glycine or something like that, and they make chickens. And he said, well, I'm feeding them carbon. And they said, well, that's outside of our standard operating procedure. You can't do that. He said, but my chickens are bigger, I'm using less food, and my mortality rate's almost down to zero. They said, well, stop doing it. So he says to Jimmy Joe, he says, so what I started doing was putting the carbon down on Fridays, because they never inspect my coops on the weekends. So the next payday comes around, they said, hey, you're still doing it, you need to stop. And he said, well, how do you know? They said, well, you're still 14% higher on feed to yield ratio than anybody else in the country, and we sent some of your chickens to the labs, and they're just healthier. So USDA sit and listen to this story. It's a fascinating story to tell, and we'd like to be the tip of the spear in Kansas. So again, biochar and agriculture. We've got the support of USDA, and now with Jimmy Joe's new dual hat, she's the chief of staff in Washington to the rural director. So we've got what we consider nationwide support. Soil amendment, increasing water and nutrient retention in the soil with biochar. Kansas State's doing a lot of work on it right now. We're looking to partner with them to do some more studies. The poultry feed, when the carbon comes out of the chicken, that chicken litter is now rocket fuel for crops. It's one of the best natural fertilizers you can put on your garden. And it's mentioned 53 times in the new farm bill that's currently moving through. And again, USDA, we say it twice, USDA support nationwide. On the concrete cement side, we've had great luck with interior concrete, just because freeze-thaw makes it a little hard. But we've been able to spec out carbon neutral and carbon negative concrete for interior by replacing fly ash and sand with biochar. So it actually increases the hardness. We exceeded PSI spec with a local manufacturer in Kansas City. And we've also done work, so it would improve lead metrics. So a lot of the concrete they're going to pour at that VA center to do your interior concrete floors with this would improve your lead metrics. And then we're working with a group out of Midland, Texas that has been using our carbon to plug, to increase the strength of cement in orphan oil and gas wells. So we've got about 6,000 or 7,000 of those in Kansas that we're working to get plugged up that are just letting gases out into the air, as they said, 4,000-foot holes in the earth. By integrating carbon into those plugs, you're making it just like a big Brita filter in the earth. So as water and gases seep into that plug over the decades, it's going to have an impact. And again, improves strength, improves density. One thing I just came upon today is using it in landfill cover. Is an improvement also. It helps absorb PFAS and other chemicals and leachate. So yeah, if you go down the biochar rabbit hole on Google and start seeing all the things you can do with it, it's coming. The market itself, is expected to grow 8% between 25 and 33. 24, there's about $360 million in gross biochar sales in the U.S. It's expected to be over $700 million in 2033. There's people in that market that think we're going to have a carbon shortage here in the next couple of years. Agriculture applications dominate the market at 79%, and pyrolysis is expected to witness the fastest growth in that market as a technology for biochar. And again, the USDA is supporting programs to get biochar to U.S. farmers now. This is a slide that Kim always makes fun of. He says, nobody understands that, take it out. And it is kind of tough to read, but what this talks about is the carbon credit market. So depending on where you go on Google, you're going to see that Microsoft stopped buying carbon credits. And then you might see that Microsoft is the largest consumer of carbon credits. It's how you buy your carbon credits. So carbon credits have been a little bit of a smoke and mirrors game in the environmental world for the last decade, right? There are carbon credits that are underwritten and generated by pulling like 14 different levers. So we took 7 V8 trucks off the road and replaced them with V6s. We did this, and it's almost untrackable. And so people are under fire for buying these credits and saying that they're greenwashing. The simplest carbon credit to evaluate and underwrite is a biochar carbon credit, because you take a ton of biochar at 92% carbon and you sequester it in cement, concrete, asphalt, or soil or compost, and that CO2 is never coming back out. So it's this many tons, and it's graded at this, and they can say the life cycle of the biochar was it came from the sewage plant or a local tree trimmer, and it came here, and it would have gone to the dump, or it would have gone somewhere else, and they can assess that life cycle very simply. So carbon credit generated by biochar, that market's going to get extremely aggressive. The people we're talking to in South America and on the East Coast are clamoring for biochar-specific carbon credits right now. So on the impact side, eliminate sewage sludge hauling and optimize disposal. So remember, this system cooks 5 to 1. You put 5 tons in, 1 ton of biochar comes out. Fewer trucks on the road, less wear and tear on your roads, lowered emissions in the city. The wastewater plant, public works building, proposed potential next to it, potentially a park nearby could actually be powered by solid waste. We've looked at the numbers on your wastewater treatment plant there on Grant. It's easy to power. I think you guys spend about $130,000 a year there on energy. We could drop that to 0. Public-facing EV charging systems that we have in our plan. We could put at least 2 fast chargers that would be public-facing, potentially 4. We've got an awesome partner that builds those in Kansas City on the Kansas side. It's not only the fast chargers, but it has battery backup in it that we could be charging overnight, so they're always full, and anybody using an EV in the area could be charging off of solid waste. Future feedstock, we could bring in grass clippings, brush from around the area, obviously the hardwoods and the sludge. The energy's clean and efficient. Again, we destroy the PFAS, the polyfluoroalkyl chemicals, forever chemicals in the sewage sludge. We have an opportunity to grow as a regional solid waste location. So you look around, you got Manhattan, you got Salina. I think Salina's got 5,000 or 7,000 tons of sewage sludge that they land apply every year. And it just needs to end. But we've got some definite opportunity for expansion. And then future waste streams, as Ken alluded to. So these systems can do medical waste. They could do police seized solid waste, narcotics, plastics, other MSW, municipal solid waste products. Just can't do glass, can't do metal. The reason I'm leaving them out of this is we can't run them through the same system. We would have to have a separate system to run those through because it's a different air permit, and you can't put plastics through the same kiln that you're putting the biomass through. So
You
just,
could do recycling type stuff with plastics, cardboard and so on.
yeah, fibrous waste, absolutely.
Is that
Yeah.
the phase 2 that you referred to when Mr. Zimmerman asked about? Okay.
Yeah, and here's the thing about things like medical waste and the narcotics piece is there's tipping dollars in that as well. So that's not biochar you're going to use for anything what comes out of the back end. We're going to encase that in concrete, but we're not hauling it all the way to Kansas City. We're not hauling it out to, there's a tipping dollar amount on the front end. There's a potential carbon credit on the back end. But there's just, but usually there's none, but the money in that would be tipping and still be solid waste, staying out of landfill, not driving it 2 hours to Kansas City, et cetera. It's revenue from an investment for Junction City and potential future for advanced manufacturing. One of the things, first thing out of Jimmy Joe's mouth when we took her to the little factory for sales, Missouri, they've got 20 orders right now, and they can build 20 a year, 15 to 20 a year. And she said, well, you need to come to Kansas and build more of them. And they were like, yeah, great. Let's do it. Find us, USDA support. We could bring in USDA backed debt for a project like that. So we really want to go to the first place, right? We want to be the big green star in the middle of Kansas, wherever we put this first site. And if we did it in Junction City, I think you dance with the ones who brought you, and we would do our best to bring their expanded manufacturing here as well. And then, as Jamil and I had talked, obviously with that additional revenue and savings for the city, there's bond potential to grow even more. From an investment side, how this lays out, the total investment up front is $10.27 million. The first 3 months, there's a $5.2 million investment, engineering, permitting, tech manufacturing, and ordering the various technologies, site prep, and initial construction. Months 3 to 5, $2.3 million, which will finalize the site construction and the automation installation around where the technology is going to go. Then months 6 to 8 is the final 2.7, where the technology is delivered, installed, and the site is commissioned. Training's done, and exterior construction and final development is complete, and we are operational at 9 months. The reason I'm at 9 months and not at a year is because we have made a deal with the manufacturers of all technologies. Everything they've been doing now has been on an individual private company basis, sawmills, equestrian farms, et cetera. They love the idea of working with the municipality and bringing in the USDA, and they have promised our team that we will get our first units in 6 months. We're going to jump the line on our first project. So again, it's a total of $10.27 million. However, waste heat to energy and using domestic technologies generates a 40% investment tax credit. If it was a private organization, we would take that investment tax credit and sell it to a corporation at 85 to 90 cents on the dollar. As a tax exempt city, that 40% ITC is paid directly to you from the IRS. So a $10.27 million investment, but once operational, based on the technologies, it's only on the tech, it's not on the building and the flowers, but it's roughly just over a $3 million ITC. So the total city investment would be $7.19 million after the investment tax credit is paid in. On energy sales, and keep in mind, all of our assumptions here are very conservative. That's the way we like to present. We're factoring energy at 6 cents a kilowatt hour, the energy that we're not giving to the city. We've got about 3 megawatts and change, but you guys pay, I think, 10 cents to 12 cents a kilowatt hour here. We've modeled it at 5 cents to sell it, which is probably light. But between that, biochar sales and carbon credits, we have $1.5 million in net revenue after expenses on this site. And then you have another $784,000 in annual expense savings to the city, and your total sludge costs and the energy you're paying on those sites now. So, and I kind of broke those down: solid waste hauling, the wastewater plant's power, and the public works power. So the total net positive to the city is just over $2.3 million on a $7.1 million investment. So our executive team, Kim described those as really nice mug shots. So myself, 30 years Kansas business, left a 30-year role about 4 years ago because I wanted to do something different. I came across these technologies and I just saw a better way. My partner, Scott Colson, who's sitting back here, again, we've known each other since high school, and he was in another industry for 30 years. And then our head of sales and project management, Dylan Michaels, who brings a 10-year sales and client account management background. And then Cannon couldn't be here tonight. He's in Arizona, but he's our strategic advisor on the information and technology side. He's been a CIO for some large corporations in Kansas City, and he does a lot of work with the government. So he understands, the tech and the interaction, and just how the back and forth. And he's been a great advisor. But that's the long and the short of it. So, questions? I'm looking right at you because I know you're gonna have questions.
Lots.
I hope you do.
Did lots of research in anticipation of this presentation. Saw very few concerns initially with this technology, but do have questions. sight, sound, smell. It's right next to the waste plant. Many citizens in the area already have concerns because it produces a profound smell. It's my understanding this technology could actually help to mitigate the smell produced. Is that correct?
Yeah, great question. There are no, the picture is how we envision the site, single pitch, metal, landscaped properly, well lit. People drive by and say, hey, that's what we do here, and we're doing something different, right? And the people who work there say, I'm proud to go to work there every day. We could give this presentation. Jerry, a Mennonite in Middle Kansas, who has a very small unit, makes about 1,000 tons of biochar a year from his walnut sawmill and sells it to poultry farmers throughout Missouri. We could stand in his area where it's running, and I could give this presentation.
So quite quiet.
Yeah, I mean, ish, right? It's louder than an air conditioner, but we could have this conversation.
Understood.
So.
Okay.
And Kim's been there. Kim's kind of stood next to him, but yeah.
So sight, sound, smell, not as much of a concern. How do you navigate emergency response for a facility like this? There's a myth that we are protected from tornadoes, but God forbid an act of God should happen in this area. How do you navigate operations? Is there emergency planning that we should anticipate knowing this thing's running real hot?
That's a great question. And we need to get back to you on that.
Love it.
So
it's an honest answer. I love that. Okay. Because I would be curious, we see profound weather here. Would like to know how you would anticipate navigating the shutdown procedure, just things of that nature, certainly. Okay. You'd mentioned the energy production for this, and it sounds like majority of it would go to the sites. I did see some information online that it also potentially self-powers itself at one point. Is that correct?
So the system itself, there is a introduction of a natural gas or propane.
Okay.
But as the woods or the sludge is cooking, there's calorific value to that. So there is what's coming off of that cook, there's syngases in it. So the thermal oxidizer portion of this reuses those syngases to create heat. It actually feeds sludge and wood from both sides. So there's dual cook. So what comes out, those are all burned off. So you end up with this CO2, H2O steam that turns a boiler. There's the self-powering piece of this. On the energy created, what we're looking at, a lot of guys who are using boilers right now are using them to heat their sites. So if they're up north, they use the boiler to heat the floor and radiant heat. Ours would be turning 4 1-megawatt steam turbines that will be built in Middle Missouri. We anticipate roughly 0.5 megawatt going to the city. The other 3.5 megawatts we find a home for, but that's why we have it modeled. I mean, we can, if Evergy will take it back into the grid, they usually want to be at 6, 7, 8 cents a kilowatt hour wholesale. I think we've got it modeled at 5 or 6 cents. Just anything we can power.
Okay.
So.
Here's the easy question.
Thank you.
How do I say the P word correctly? Pyrolysis?
Paralysis.
Paralysis. I turned myself inside out trying to figure that out. Paralysis. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No more questions at this time.
I'm just curious what it is you're making. It's charcoal?
Biochar. So-
Biochar, but is it something like you take charcoal when you are poisoned? Like, what is that?
No, it's cooking off the volatiles. So, and we've got some test results from some different feedstocks. But what you're doing is you're cooking out all the organics, you're cooking out volatiles, and you're left with carbon. So if you took a log and you buried it in the ground for 10,000 years and you just went back and it was just carbon, that's what we're doing.
It's like little wood chips, like dark wood chips.
It feels like, it's,
What you're feeding to the chickens.
yeah, we should have brought a bucket and you all could have got your hands dirty.
I love chickens here.
Could have brought chickens. But no, it looks like, if you go out in your fire pit in the morning and there's still a lot of organic material in those little black chips after you burn a fire pit. It doesn't get it all out. So
you are the seller of these Or
No,
is
we're
there
the
some kind of
developer.
service contract
We're-
that remains?
There'll be a service contract with us, and that's baked into all the numbers, because it's our responsibility to offtake the biochar, offtake the power, and offtake the carbon credits, because you guys don't want to do that. So we'll be selling biochar, we'll be getting the highest bidder, and our pay will be based on the gross sales. So if we sell it for nothing, we make nothing. We've got biochar modeled into this model at $50.
So we sell it to you and you sell it to somebody else?
No, we'll broker it. We'll set all those contracts up. We'll set all those people up. I had a conversation today. We've got this modeled in at $50 a ton. I had a conversation today. We've been going back and forth with one of the largest potting soil manufacturers in North America, and they are looking to pay $200 a ton for quality biochar.
And that's split somehow with the city?
No, you guys get it all, but you're just paying us off the top line. Yeah, right. Yeah, 15% of the top line revenue and savings. So if the city's saving $2 million a year, that's after we're making our 15%. Those numbers we're already baked in. And we have a development fee on the project. They'll pay us because we're going to put it together. We're going to handle the guys who are building the place. We're going to have engineers who are handling all the conveyance, all that. We're going to handle the pyrolysis. We're going to handle the power guys. And we're going to turn it over to the city, trained and ready to go. And then we're going to go build 50 more of them. And everybody's going to fly in from around the country to Jeff City to say, oh, this is how they did it. And I know it sounds funny, but we've had conversations with FEMA. Do you know how many tons of wood they hauled out of North Carolina after Helene? Take a guess. 7 million tons of wood. And they hauled it as far as 4 states away. Do you think Department of Transportation would be interested in this? Because those are trucks that aren't driving on the highways for 4 states. That's emissions. We're hauling that stuff out. We could be creating energy. What happens in a storm town in the southeast when the tornadoes come through or the hurricanes come through? The power goes out. Well, 1 megawatt can power what? 80 to 100 houses? So.
Are there any more questions?
All in favor? Is this where we do that? Is that how that works?
I do have one more question.
I just bring Kendall up and he closes it?
I forgot to look at my list.
Closes your deal, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
How secure are these facilities? What's the chances of a hoodlum getting in there and charring themselves up? Are they pretty secure?
Yeah, well, we're going to have, our intent is video, obviously, video surveillance, proper security, and then as far as safety for our teammates or for your teammates, we prefer to RFID everything they need, like goggles, gloves, helmets, all the stuff, so that their passcode to get into the site, their card won't work unless they're properly equipped.
Beautiful.
So.
Love that.
EPA testing of
We've got it.
emissions and all that.
Yeah, we've got it. I think they said they would have to line 6 of the big ones up in one spot in California. The big one does 34,000 tons a year on its own. They'd have to line 6 ones up to get close to the particulate number in California. So, I mean, they've got them in Canada, they've got them in Florida. I mean, I kind of went through all the states. Missouri, we've got KDHE, and I was the one in Missouri, what they call it stumps me, but they passed there, and we've got stack tests on them, so no problems going through emissions testing.
Yeah, actually got him going to California right now, Alaska.
Yeah, he's shipping them there, yeah, because they did all the stack tests for CA, but we still don't put it on the board because it's not delivered yet, but it's been approved.
I think you had a phenomenal presentation, and I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So new business, 6A, discussion on real property acquisition. Thank you. 6B, consideration of memorandum of understanding between the Junction City Fire Department and the Fort Riley Fire Department.
Madam Mayor and Commission, before you, in front of you is a mutual aid agreement. We've had this mutual aid agreement with Fort Riley. Really, this is because of a change of command. They've actually helped us 3 times this year for the Stone Ridge Fire, Bluffs Fire, and the West Ridge Fire. They brought their ladder truck to help us support that and their card. So this is improvement with their staff. We work very well together. This is Fort Riley Fire Department, not the EMS side, but the fire side. And we work together very well with each other. So I make a motion that you approve the MOU with them.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Mr. Dungus. Consideration of ordinance number S3334, an administrative lot merger for the parcels with a common address of 1733 and 0000 Sutter Woods Road.
Mayor's Commissioner Christopher Stragdes, Community Development Director. On July 1st, the Planning Commission overheard a request for the administrative lot merger for the property with the common address 1733 and 000 Sutter Woods. As you're looking at the picture here, you will see the main reason that the resident reached out to us for this is for two reasons. One, she would like to put up a fence for privacy. The local developers within over in that area that are building right now happen to be driving through that vacant lot that she is owning with heavy equipment and tearing up her property. Another reason, there is also an active investigation going on now with that said local developer that has been caught stealing water and electricity from that property. So she feels by putting up the fence would be able to protect her property, but also to ensure that she can enjoy her property as well. While looking over the case, staff recommended to the Planning Commission that all the criteria to allow the administrative lot merger under the ruling of Junction City do meet the criteria, and they voted unanimously to bring forth to the City Commission with the recommendation to approve the lot merger for the parcel located at 1733 and 000 Sutter Woods, and I'm here to take any questions at this time.
Couple questions. I believe this merger is happening because you cannot have a fence on a property without a primary structure.
That is correct.
Can I ask why? It seems silly that this citizen has to go through all of these loopholes because of an ordinance like that, knowing she's experiencing a terrible circumstance.
I would say that a majority of that reasoning is because of the codes or ordinances that were put into effect before me.
Do you not knowing, do we have information as to the purpose or value of this ordinance?
I would say some of it is to ensure that land is not being underutilized by just being and throwing up a fence. So say I own that property and the property next to it, and then I just throw a fence up for no reason. Now that fence is just sitting there with a fence on it. Or we'll go to a sour subject, but say we have a house that was condemned and ripped down, and now there is just a garage that is sitting on it. And looking at the economy and the way things are as of right now, we have a piece of land with a building that's sitting on it that's not being utilized that we can build a house on or redevelop, and therefore that is why. I know it's a sore subject.
It's funny, because the lot is sitting there vacant, whether there's a fence on it or not.
Correct.
I
But just using that as reference.
Absolutely. This commentary does not impact how I'm going to navigate this point, but I would like us to revisit that code. I understand what you've provided, but
Yes, I will say that there are several codes within the city that I believe that we should look at and reevaluate to ensure not only for commercial but residential purposes that I don't say we as the city are overstepping, but I think they are a little outdated and need to be looked at.
if we can make sure that one's on the
Could not
list.
agree more.
Yeah, let's make sure that one's on the list. I think I saw somewhere in the paperwork that this started back in May, and knowing that the citizen's navigating this,
Correct.
that's just silly. So I just want to make sure that doesn't happen again. Otherwise, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded and third. Anyway, I better roll call.
Oh, yes, it is a roll call.
Commissioner Landis,
Yes.
Commissioner Panera,
Yes.
Commissioner Nimzik,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Yaskowitz,
Yes.
Mayor Butler.
Yes. Motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to consideration of, I would like to add consideration of ordinance number S3351. and if I'm saying that right, and I'd love for Britton to come up and share some information about that. So, I don't know, my understanding is we don't, go ahead.
You want to do that now, or?
Did I do something
No,
backwards?
no, but I just want to make sure, because I think it was numbered S3155, right?
Did I say the wrong number?
You didn't say that number, but,
Would you please help me
yeah,
correct that on my?
yeah, so proposed ordinance number S3155, I emailed the commission earlier, around 6 PM on that.
I haven't seen that.
Was-
That was at today?
Yeah,
We started our meeting at 6.
I know.
Okay.
And there's a reason on the delay on that.
I'm not
Yeah, no, yeah,
critical.
and so with this being an S ordinance, what this is, I'm gonna not pull any punches here. ABC at the statewide has been not doing things or conducting business the way they have for years. So things and the procedures that we've done for years, that building and codes through permitting has done for years, is being thrown about. And talking with other city attorneys last Friday, we're not the only ones. So what we're talking about is Flint and Vine over here by Washington has been asked for a special use permit, a special permit from the city to have an event where there's outside consumption and possession of alcohol, basically in the alleyway area. They went through it, they got the special permit, they submitted it to the state, and the state said, well, that's fine, but you need an ordinance. And there wasn't one done, and so what we have is we have a local business that followed the rules that has been the way for years, and ABC is changing the rules on them.
Mr. Stites, could you back up to, I think, a month ago? Havana Nights was on the radar a month ago, or a week
Yeah,
ago, or something?
to my understanding with Building Codes, Havana Nights event from Flint and Vine submitted everything correctly with Building Codes, it got processed. It's already been approved as a special permit from this commission. But then we get late last week, early this week, I find out today at 2:30, and then had other stuff, including the VA gentleman. So we didn't get it drafted until later of an S ordinance to allow the temporary possession and consumption of alcohol in the alleyway. And if they don't get it by tomorrow, ABC won't allow it. And so that's why you have a quick draft in front of you that will basically allow, with a little bit half-hour setup, half-hour close, but from 8 to midnight this Saturday, an ordinance that would allow the possession and consumption of alcohol outside on their property, going out into the alleyway, per the map they previously submitted.
How's the ordinance that allows consumption at the Freedom Fest? Can't that play into this somehow?
Mr. Stragagasta, you want to come forward? Okay, go ahead. I didn't know if you saw him up and down.
That's only for Freedom Fest. We've been in the process of working on a CCA, what's known as a common consumption area.
We do it for the Oktoberfest too.
Yep, and those are temporary ones that we do, and actually, I think we've had hiccups on those too from Oktoberfest. Freedom Fest, I don't think we had an issue.
No, so
But Oktoberfest, we did, and so we've heard back from ABC that there's an issue with that one, so we're gonna probably have to follow up with that one too. Because ABC's not doing things the same way they did a month ago. And that's what we're running into, and so that's why we threw this together, to get it to you tonight, so we don't have a local business that was following what they thought and has been the rules, hemmed up. And we're gonna try to correct it with Oktoberfest, and if we need to. And the other thing is, we are gonna work on the CCA. That's kind of been on the back burner because all the chamber blew up, but that's kind of what we're working on, so.
Mr. Darrow, I sent you the ordinance. Would you be willing to pull it up on the TV? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
That's it.
And just to correct, the clerk told me it's S3335.
Please say that one more time.
3335.
Thank you.
Even though
How do these, like Topeka, Manhattan, Lawrence, they have the outside consumption in front of the restaurants of alcohol?
they've done what's the CCA, the common consumption area, and that's the thing that we're working on, and we have a draft. We've pulled it from Emporia because they have one that's intertwined with their Main Street that we're looking at as a good model for that.
So this is just temporary?
This is temporary for this one event.
Move to approve the ordinance as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Just quick question. We're approving this to make things so and start setting a tone. Should we expect this conversation to come back to us for further navigation or ordinance development?
Yes and yes. And the reason I say yes and yes, Oktoberfest, I anticipate that coming back. 2, we've been working on it. We've been working on Main Street on it as well. We've been working on our own with everything else of getting the CCA. And my suggestion will be with that CCA is to allow Main Street to be the holder of that, renew that every year. That way they can go, okay, boom, event, boom, event. And that CCA would allow it because it would be within what we prescribe as the CCA zone, which is similar to what Topeka, Lenexa, I'm not sure if Manhattan has one. But I think it's on points, not Aggieville.
Correct. Well, depends on who you ask.
I know,
But
but
formally,
Is this ordinance effective upon the adoption by the commission?
this will be the fun thing, I think it'll be effective upon publication. However, as long as we get assigned one to ABC, I think from what they indicated to Flint and Vine, that they would be satisfied. And then we'll also publish it website as well, even though we haven't hit the 60-day mark yet on that, so.
That ordinance that you adopted, that you presented about putting this stuff online as well as in the newspaper, would that have any effect on this?
I can't say it would yet, because I don't think we've hit the 60-day mark of the protest period for a charter ordinance.
So we're skating close to the sun on this?
We are fulfilling what ABC said they would require for their enforcement purposes.
I feel like we have a motion and a second and some discussion. If there's no more discussion, all those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye. Is this roll call? Roll call.
I knew that before I said it. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Panera?
Aye.
Mayor Butler?
Aye.
Commissioner Nimzik?
Aye.
Commissioner Landis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Yaskowitz?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And we'll pass it on, and I don't know if we have a printed out one of this, but we'll get that with the mayor to get signed and shine it off to Topeka.
Thank you very much. D, consideration of the request for a memorial tree and bench by the Laster family.
Okay. No, you're fine. So the Laster family would like to purchase a memorial tree and bench in memory of Harvey Laster Jr. They filled out the request form that you guys passed a few years ago, and they picked out a bench and tree from our list of trees that are approved, and we'll connect with the Laster family and choose a park that they'll go in, so. And they're gonna pay for the bench and the tree, and then we'll install it.
I don't think it'll go, I think we're done putting memorials in Heritage Park, correct?
Yeah, we're gonna put it somewhere we need, Bramlage somewhere, we'll look at for where we need new benches, so.
I love that we offer this. This is wonderful. I believe Commissioner Panera motioned. If so, second.
I did have, so any further discussion? I did have a question. When I was reading, I didn't know if what I was reading was new or had been around for a while, but in it, there was a comment about criteria for being eligible, like doing some, I'm looking it up right now, and I didn't know if we're supposed to pay attention. I guess we pay, I want to discuss that.
Are you talking about the conditions for approval? Okay.
Eligibility or something like that, and it had, I didn't.
The financial obligation,
No,
I
not
believe.
even that.
Are you talking
Could
about
I have a
the maintenance and such, perhaps?
No, it was, please go ahead, yes.
There is a portion of it that talks about eligibility, that memorial benches, trees, and plaques may be donated by individuals, organizations, or corporations for Junction City residents in memory of a loved one, deceased Junction City residents, deceased non-residents who made significant contributions to public service, charitable work, or volunteering in Junction City, and deceased past residents or non-residents who performed heroic acts in Junction City. And then it goes to the Parks and Rec, they get an application, and then they go through the process, they get to fund it, and then it comes to you for approval. But I think staff also then kind of has a say on where it can go depending on park space availability.
And so I found eligibility, and again, this is just for education purposes. It talks about eligibility, deceased non-residents who made significant contributions to public service, charitable works, or volunteering in Junction City, and deceased past residents or non-residents who performed heroic acts in Junction City. So I was just reading and didn't know if you had any. Are we still okay with everything? Because of course I love the idea.
Is there any kind of documentation that says he met any of those criteria in the packet?
No.
Then I would recommend the commission send it back and say, what criteria has he met to meet this approval from commission and bring it back?
And do we need to modify the forms that are filled out?
Yeah, because I don't think it's on the form in there.
But I believe there's a motion and a
I'll
second.
withdraw it and move to adopt the city manager's recommendation at this time.
So withdraw and then come back?
Okay.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. So moving on to E.
We need to vote on
Oh, I'm sorry.
that. My motion was to withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you.
And that I then made a motion to support the city manager's recommendation that we, I guess, table this for
Correct, sir.
Thank you.
consideration.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. And sorry, I was getting confused. Consideration of the request to purchase an E60 Series Bobcat compact excavator in the amount of $86,112.01.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, Public Works uses various pieces of equipment, and this is one of the equipment we need. This will be divided between three different funds. The city is using the state's purchasing program, which requests RFPs from national competitive solicitors for the compact mini excavator. White Star Machinery is the supplier for the state, and they gave the best quote for the E60 Bobcat compact excavator. As again, the funds would be coming from the street, water, and sewer funds, and city staff recommends approval of the Bobcat excavator, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Move to approve the purchase as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Do we have other Bobcats?
Yes, we do. We've got one that we own and one that we are currently leasing.
Is this something that we need?
Yes, it is. Yes, at some of these areas, we can't use the backhoe for it, so we do need excavators. The mini excavators will be able to get in tight spaces.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no further discussion, all those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to consideration, letter F, consideration of the request to purchase a T86 Bobcat compact rack loader in the amount of $103,729.78.
Again, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, again, this, another piece of equipment we need is a skid loader, basically, with tracks on it. We use the state purchasing program as well. White Star, again, gave the best price for that. And so funding would be through the streets, water, and sewer funds, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Same question, do you have this type of equipment already in our inventory?
We have a Bobcat, yes, we do. We don't have one that's on track. The Bobcat that we currently have, we will give to the Parks Department so they can use it, and then we will use this one here.
Move to approve the purchase as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioners.
All right, unfinished business. A, consideration of the request for demolition for the dangerous and unsafe structure located at 338 West 15th Street.
Mayor's Commissioner Christopher Chagas, Community Development Director. Sorry, excuse me. Today I'm bringing forth the request for the demolition of the dangerous and unsafe structure located at 338 West 15th Street. As you guys previously know and ruled on April 21st of 2026, the commission approved a 3-month extension to the property owner of Mr. Toth to ensure that the weather sealing and the replacement of the roof was completed. This extension allowed Mr. Toth until July 21st to complete these items with the review of the property on August 4th. Mr. Toth did reach out by email on the 13th asking for an extension through May 15th. However, the permit did not expire until the 21st of July. Email communication was given to Mr. Toth and the information of his property and would be brought back to the commission on August 4th. The city recommends, due to the fact that the items that were requested to be completed were not completed, and are requesting the authorization to solicit a bid for demolition.
So neither of those items were completed?
As from my reports from my staff, I'm being told no.
Okay, and so it is approximately 3 weeks after we granted the 3-month period that an extension was requested?
That is what I'm being told, yes.
Under what grounds did they request the extension?
Again,
Was that communicated to you?
it was not, no.
Understood. Okay.
Mr. Davis is here.
Yes, that is
Can I
correct.
say something? Yes, my name is Vic Davis. I'm representing Mr. Toth. He has purchased all the materials to do the roofing. I would like to renew our request I made at the last meeting, that this is not a dangerous and not an unsafe property. It has been totally sealed. Doors are locked. Windows are in place. No one gets in or out without Mr. Toth's permission. He is there at least weekly working on the project, temporarily patched the roof. In the rains that happened in June, the heavy rains that we had, there were no leaks. He has purchased the materials to finish the roof. In the process, and I sent some pictures, the subroof, I guess is what you call it, I'm not sure, is solid, is not something that is deteriorated, so the roofing can be completed without tearing off the entire roof. It is not an unsafe structure. He has cleaned up the yard. He keeps the yard mowed. It's as good a looking a place in the area as many other properties. Some are better, some are worse. Mr. Toth is working on the property. He plans to move in it. It's not occupied now. It's totally shut down, and I think it needs to be taken off the dangerous and unsafe category. I think the city can monitor his progress by building permits and inspections, so on and so forth. And that would be, we'd respectfully request the commission to take that action.
So 3 weeks and 3 days after we granted this extension is when you made communication with our office to request an extension, is that correct?
That was not a request for an extension, it was a request for the clarification because the permit I received was confusing. And it was my understanding that Ms. Brown of Code Enforcement reviewed the records of the meeting in April, and then she clarified my timeline.
Okay. The reason I ask, I went to bat for you at this meeting, much to the discouragement of many people in this room. I asked you something at the end of this meeting. Do you feel you can complete this work within the prescribed time, and do you understand, if not, that we will be looking at demolition, in which we received acknowledgement of that statement? So I am a little... This is a hard one.
Oh,
I understand the rain happened in June. Did we receive communication as the rain occurred regarding the delays that this caused?
I don't recall communicating that the rain was impacting me. There were some other things. I had a family obligation out of state that took up some of my time. I've also experienced some challenges with accessing the equity that I have. So time was spent, and I continue to talk to lenders about gaining access to that equity.
Chief Lankus, can you speak to their original request to redefine this no longer as dangerous and unsafe?
Are there any utilities on?
Not presently, ma'am.
That would be my concerns to the utilities, and I would go off of what Chris Krakengas has presented to you guys with this structure. We know they've been inspecting it. I haven't been inspecting it, but from the outside, I haven't actually, honest to be, I haven't drove around it, so.
So at this time, what is the criteria again to determine a building is unsafe, dangerous, what have you?
For a fire or for the city?
So under our rules,
Go ahead.
the house needs to be safe from and habitable. That is our rules and regulations that was voted in by commissioners in the past. As of right now, the outside of the house may look great. The worry that we have is the roof. There was a fire at one time at that residence. There are several beams in that roof where the patchwork that may have gone over it that may not have been done correctly. Those I-beams have not been replaced. We've seen photos of it on the inside. They do need to be replaced. So there's no way that that roof can get ripped off. And you're going to tell me that the OSB and those 2 rafters or 3 rafters that are supporting the peak of that roof has made it safe by patching or throwing a new roof on it. With that being said, because of that hole being in the roof, the inside has also, the roof has deteriorated and dropped within that residence, and there's a big hole in the living room. I believe it's the living room, or one of the living areas in there. So just because the outside looks pretty, it doesn't mean that he's ready to move into it. So therefore, it is not safe, it's not habitable. We don't know what the condition is because, again, we have not been granted access to enter that premises. We can only base on the outside. Now, I will say that he has made several strides in making the property look presentable, but is the whole, we'll use Mr. Taylor as an example. You take a building that is deteriorating within the community, it does not look good. You go in, you rehabilitate that building, and once you are said and done, you can lock and key that person to walk in there and live. That building is not ready to do that. It has now been almost 2.5 years since this has come to the commission. It is not ready to be moved into. It is not habitable just because it looks good. Therefore, I do not believe that it's safe, and I don't believe that time needs to be extended. If you do not have the funding or the materials to move forward, why continue to exacerbate yourself on being stressed out for a property that you cannot take care of?
Was the electrical and the gas meter pulled?
As of right now, I believe the meter is pulled, and there are no no utilities whatsoever to that property.
There's no utilities in the building.
Yeah. Water, there's no water.
So once they're pulled, I mean, you have to go through the whole rigmarole, getting everything hooked back up and getting it inspected, which it's obviously not going to happen.
By Evergy standards, just to get the meter in, we would have to come in, do an inspection on it, clear it through us, then Evergy would come out, set the meter. Same thing with gas, we'd have to do a pump up, things of that nature before we can bless off on it and they would turn the gas on.
Can I ask how much money you've put into this property since you've owned it for the last 2.5 years?
Approximately $20,000. I would like to respectfully point out that recently the federal government, Congress, passed a bill. It's the 21st Century Road to Housing Act that I haven't seen the new regs yet because it just became law on the 11th of July. It's my understanding that that there's financing and grants and programs to specifically rehab old structures. In the bigger scheme of things, how many houses have been torn down in the past 2.5 years, and how many of those lots have habitable houses on them? And what's the list price for those new houses? Is it within the price range that the people who are seeking housing can afford? Whereas properties like this one, even if I'm not a great example, at least the total price to get this one habitable has got to be less than a whole new construction. And the timeline for new construction.
I feel for you. I really do. I know you mentioned that you had another house that you live in, correct?
Yes.
This is a second unit.
I hope to move to this one because this one has several features that my present house doesn't have. Like, for instance, my present house requires steps to enter and exit, whereas this one is a slab with no steps to enter or leave.
I know you're not going to want to hear this. I think this is out of time, and I think that this is not something that you're going to be able to complete on your own with no funding. And I honestly think you need to sell it. I think you need to cash out of it, everything you put into it, and move on. Work on your own house, putting that on the market, selling that, so you can buy something that's all one level. But I don't think this is going to work because I don't think the city's going to keep on extending this. And I feel for you, I do, and I see your vision, and I know that you could make something out of this. It's just not going to work now. And I think we maybe perhaps can give you some time to sell it to someone that can fix it up quickly.
Sir, here's my business card. Do you want to talk about selling it?
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to ask Mr. Stites a question. I've abstained on this matter before because I used to help Mr. Toth. Should I absent the room before there's any motions made? What am I supposed to do?
I think if you're going to abstain, you're supposed to leave the room before the discussion occurs.
But-
And it would be a good time.
He hasn't participated, thankfully.
Okay.
But I think we're doing a best practice right now.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And then, so where are we?
I just think you need some time to maybe put this on the market. I think fixing it up and keeping it for yourself is out of the question now. I just don't think it's possible. If you haven't been able to get the financing, you're probably not going to be able to get the financing. And I'm sorry to say that. And I can understand your vision in that you want to live here, and this would be a great house for you. It's just too much needs to be done, and someone who is qualified to do this is going to have to do it. And I wish that you can get all of your money out of it, so you at least you haven't wasted that. I'd like to make a motion that we give him 90 days to have a contract on the house.
Second.
Are we legally allowed to do that?
No, but it'll be tore down.
Yeah, so you have four options, Mayor. I'm
The
sorry,
person
I'm not
up
in front of the
front, sir.
mic here.
Thank you so much, Mr.
So you can
Stratton, yes.
approve the request for demolition. You can deny the request for demolition. Number 4 or number 3 is you can modify the request, which the commissioner has done, or you can do number 4, which would be table the request.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by, would you clarify that? Say it one more time, please.
Give him 90 days to have a contract on this house for sale. So if he has a contract and it's a 60-day close, something to that effect, takes him 30 days,
I'd like
just
some
to give him a
feedback.
little bit of time.
I'd like some feedback from Mr. Davis and Mr. Toth about that. If
I
there-
don't
if there is
believe
any-
the property is harming the city in its present state. I'm certain there are other people actively living under roofs that are worse than this one.
So are we able to get that on the market, then is there any issues with that?
I mean, that would be up to him on how he would want to get it on the
So
market. I mean,
do we need?
I'm not sure on the legality of forcing.
I mean, we can
him to sell.
change that motion to say, and if you don't do this within 90 days, giving him the opportunity to make his money back, then we will condemn it and we will tear it down. I just don't think you're gonna make it. I'm sorry. I just don't think you're gonna have this done. If you came back in 90 days and said, I put a new roof on it, the electricity's hooked up, the gas is hooked up, and I have a kitchen, awesome. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
But I don't think in this motion that we're expecting that, because now we're saying let's sell it. So I want clarification, because there's been years.
And that's what I'm saying, we
going
can change it. So if he doesn't do what he needs to do, all of those things, make it livable, as Chris said, or sell it and have a contract for sale on it, then we can go ahead with.
Okay, so we have, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Britton, are you okay with that?
And they're fine, because they're essentially tabling it for 90 days, is what you're doing.
He doesn't have to do anything. I mean, if he doesn't want to sell it, I mean, he's not gonna sell it, we're just wasting another 90 days.
And
I think we go through with demolition. If he wants to sell it in that time, then fine. But
I think he has to come to the conclusion this is not gonna work.
there's just too much.
Are
work
you,
in
are
each
you
one.
willing to put the house on the market if we gave you the time to do that, to try and cash your money back out of it?
I will attempt to sell it. I'll agree to that. I'm not optimistic.
Why?
For the same reason that,
Will you approach the microphone, sir?
oh,
Thank you.
sorry. I'm not optimistic that it will sell in the time frames that you're placing.
That depends on where you price it.
Mm,
Someone will buy it.
Mr. Strackengas, can you remind us how much a demolition costs? Because it's my understanding the city foots that bill, but then the property owner is expected to pay the city back. Approximately
Again,
ballpark.
approximation for a demolition like this, you're looking somewhere between 5,000 to upwards to 10, depending on what you run into. I would
Understood.
say that you're looking more around probably the 8,000 range. Again, don't quote me on that, I could be way off, but I mean, something like this and other jobs that we have done, we've ran somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000.
How do you get paid back for that?
How do I get paid back for that? So normally we will send the bill to the landowner or the property owner. They will have time to be able to pay that back. If they don't, then that actually then will be reverted back to a tax lien on the property. So whenever it does sell, we will get that money back later on.
So either we demolish it and we spend money to do so, and then you have to foot the bill, or we give you the opportunity to get a little more in the positive and find a more sustainable opportunity, is what I'm hearing.
I just think that's the best thing you could do. There's no way you're getting this house done on your own in 2.5 years. There's just no way. And someone will purchase it, and you'll at least get your money back.
So if there's no further discussion, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed,
Aye.
say, same sign, aye. So now it's 2-2. So do we want to continue further discussion on our options here?
I echo Commissioner Nimzik's sentiments. I have profound empathy for you, which is why I did fight pretty hard at the last meeting and advocate. But I feel we did make it pretty clear about the criteria expected of you, in which timely manner, and that I believe we did also address that due to previous circumstances, that if you did run into any life circumstances that inhibited your ability, that you would communicate them. Those criteria were not met. If we're being presented an opportunity that prevents us from coming in and just demolishing it, I am going to lean into that, which is why I voted yay on that motion. I don't want to have to demolish this. Unfortunately, we are being put in that position. I am open to alternatives, though, especially alternatives that don't require us to spend tax money, put a lien on a property, and do demolition.
I do worry about the amount of time that we've spent in trying to make this work, and it does cost. There's cost, and So where do we go? Go ahead, Mr. Stites, what do you suggest?
I just want to get some information, just procedurally, is you're looking at the 90-day mark. Mr. Schreckengast and I spoke briefly just to remind myself of it. If you tonight voted to put it out for bid for demolition, building code solicited bids for demolition, and then eventually got to the point of maybe issuing it, he estimates roughly 90 days.
I would say roughly 90 days, yeah. From beginning to end, because basically what will happen is I'll put it out in the paper for bid for a certain amount of time. That bid will close. Once I get those qualified bids in, of course, we sit down with the city clerk, we go through that, and then I have to bring that forth to you guys to vote on my recommendation on who I believe should award that bid. That process can take about 90 days to get done.
So hypothetically, even if we made a motion to demolish it tonight, he could just choose to sell it. And then when the bid comes back, we go, okay, well, it's not under his ownership anymore. Let's work with the new property owner.
So
I'm
just because
hesitant
it
on that.
transfers to new ownership, this process does not stop.
Understood.
I thought you approved the motion. Did you approve the motion?
It was
No.
2 and 2 because
It was 2-2.
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask a question, please? Hey, Kurt, Jason, could you use that building for training? So I'd be interested in buying it from the city for fire department, police department training.
I see.
sounds like an opportunity to me.
I really think we need to give him the opportunity to sell the property. He's put a lot of time and money into
No, I agree.
it.
I'm just telling you, the
For
option's on the
sure.
table, you can come and see me.
If, there you go,
Guys,
there's your offer.
Okay.
But you need to agree to it. You can sell this house quickly to many people who will take this off your hands and at least put the money back in your pocket. I don't like taking value from people. I don't like that at all. I don't think we need to do that. I think you can understand what you need to do here.
So what I'm hearing is we can accomplish three things. We can move forward with the plans for demolition with that 90-day extension, and there's now an offer to come sell your home, because if it sells, then either way it goes with the fire.
Bottom line, if you make your motion, he has 90 days, and at the end of that, we'll demolish it unless he sells beforehand.
I don't agree with the demolition, because Chris just stated this doesn't stop. So in 90 days, if he comes back and says, okay, we're demolishing this or whatever, then it's done.
So I would say with that, and I completely understand where you're coming from, Commissioner, but say Mr. Toth does not take the offer that the city happens to give, and he happens to find a reputable construction person that comes in and says, hey, I'm willing to give you this, and they have the funds and opportunity to revamp this house within a certain amount of time that I think would get this house back on the market. I think that would be something where I would come forth and say, hey, guys, I think maybe giving an extension here would be good. But if it's to a seller where I'm just thinking that we're gonna run into the same problem, I would definitely say, hey, we do have the opportunity to stop the demo if we need to, is basically where I'm getting at, as long as the circumstances are correct.
I don't want Mr. Toth to think I'm threatening you, sir. I just want the building, I'm being honest. I want the building for fire department, police department training. It's totally up to do with what you do. That's not, I'm just saying.
Sir, I do look forward to talking to you in a different forum.
Yeah.
In the past, we've had some really interesting conversations, like about storm debris and that sort of thing. And what I'm concerned about is part of the equity of the property is the structure. So when I go looking for somebody to buy it, if the structure is going to be torn down anyway, that really damages my negotiating position. For anybody but you, because I know you're going to use it for training purposes, But I'm concerned you may have the only game in town in this situation, sir.
No, that's not true at all.
Mhm.
There's plenty of house flippers out there that will pick up this property and pull their own permits, start working on it, and get it fixed and back on the market.
So where do we want to go next?
I'm exactly where I was before. Give him some time to get his equity out of the home before we just go tear it down. It has value, and it's not right to do to someone.
So that one motion was to, can you restate it again so we can decide where we want to go next? Would you mind?
It was to give him 90 days to sell, to have a contract on the property, and I guess, or, you could make it livable. But I don't think that's gonna happen, and I don't even think you should try to do that, because you're gonna be back in the same spot you are, and we're eventually gonna have to tear it down. And I don't think you want that. I think you need to be serious about getting it sold to someone.
Is that motion with the expectation that we do solicit bids for demolition?
I mean, I guess we could still solicit them. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is consideration of the request for a 3-month extension for the dangerous and unsafe structure located at 434 West 13th Street.
Mayor's Commissioner, I'm bringing forth to you today a request for a 3-month extension for Taylor & Taylor to be able to finish the work at the address of, excuse me, 424 West 13th Street. As everybody knows, Mr. Taylor.
I have 434
Yeah,
West 13th, 434 West 13th.
You are correct, I am so sorry. 434 West 13th. As everybody has already been tracking, Mr. Taylor acquired 3 properties. 2 of the properties he has completely finished and has passed inspections and are being used for his nonprofit organization. This property is also going to be utilized, if I believe it's for the youth, correct? Yeah, for it's same purpose of the other 2 houses except for the youth. They do have a few minor things that they need to complete with that work, and we believe that they would be able to do the finishing works within the next 3 months, which would bring us back to review here on November 17th of 2026, and I am here to take any questions at this time.
Is it 424 or 434? Because
So there's
okay, it's evenly split on the document.
yeah.
From what I understand, it's 424 West 13th Street.
Thank you, sir. 424.
Thank you.
Move to approve the extension as recommended.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Somebody get Commissioner Panera.
Oh dear.
I wasn't sure if you guys left him out.
He's
on purpose or
represented
not.
before also. so-
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, good timing with my question then.
He's in there drinking the coffee with me.
I'm just trying.
Coffee.
I do want to verbalize, because I know it's been a long day, we may have forgotten. Commissioner Panera did, since we're at the end of the agenda, minus public comment, Commissioner Panera previously did table items E and F on the consent agenda. Do we wish to revisit those, or do we plan to revisit those at a later meeting?
Not the problem, and
Since corrected it.
So we watched the video, it was.
What's that?
We watched the video, we haven't seen that.
I made the motion that we should put on the top.
What now?
On the video, she watched it, I can watch it myself tomorrow, but I can look at myself.
What is the motion in question, sir?
The point about somebody invited the EDC candidates at the top.
Yes,
Who did that?
me.
She did, not me. It says here that I,
So was that a motion, or the motion is at the bottom?
Or maybe I made the request and you turned it into a I've certainly slept
No.
since then.
I was kind of shocked.
Okay,
That's
So-
my recollection. we can table until the next.
Table it, allow them to
Look
do
at
the
bill.
research.
I thought you made the request, that they come up and talk if they wanted to.
I don't remember what I ate yesterday, to be honest with you. It wasn't pizza, tell you that much.
Till the next meeting.
Excellent, thank you, sir.
Okay, so those items are tabled, and then we do need to come back. We had a presentation of 7A, the 338 West 15th, for which you abstained, and then we moved on to 424 West 13th.
He represented Mr. Taylor previously, so he gave a.
Okay, very good, thank you. So now we're able to move on. We're going to go past appointments, and we're going to move that item for consideration of appointments for EDC
The 18th.
to August 18th, yes. And so now we're ready for public comments. Okay, then we'll move on to commissioner comments and committee reports. Commissioner Nimzik? Commissioner Panera?
Yeah, I just, I've watched Grand Avenue a lot, and I really think that we still have some enforcement issues. We've done a good job as the inspection department codes on 2 properties on the south side where there were lots of cars. There's still one that a lot of cars on by the car wash. It's on the south side. And many of those cars that were there are gone, but there's still several there. And I'd like a report made at the next meeting as to why those other vehicles are still there in the back of that car wash. Because I don't think they're tagged. I don't know why they're not gone.
Okay. Anything else?
The boats are gone that were out. The south side's looking pretty good. There's still some work to do. But I would like to have a report as to why those other vehicles are
Sounds
still
like,
there.
sounds like we're getting a thumbs up on that.
I got it written down.
Yep, we'll give you a more detailed report, but the short of it is we're taking into consideration what the commission voted on, I think, last year when we did that resolution of Mr. Kudrowski of Building and Codes, as well as Mr. Hinkin of my office, have been working with the landowner, actually not the landowner, but the person utilizing the land, because the landowner's out of state, as well as some of the other vehicle owners. So we're doing it as a kind of a step process, so we don't have to do a whole thing where we go in and tow a bunch of vehicles at once. We've been working with them to get those moved. So yes, it's not an all one and done sweep, but we've been working with them so that way it's less of a burden on building and code staff.
Is it about finances or staff?
Part of it's trying to be fair, is to be honest. The part of it is so that way we don't just sweep in, take all their stuff. We have towed vehicles. I've gotten complaints from one of the vehicle owners, and he and I have had long conversations. But other ones that, because more than one person that has vehicles that are there. But we've been working with them as an education, as being fair, and because once we start doing all the blights, that's economic as well as a time drain on staff as well as on the citizens. So we're taking, I remember when we had the whole thing of not using the velvet glove or whatever. And so we're doing it, we're affecting it, but it's not all overnight. But we can give you a more detailed report after talking with Mr. Kudrowski and Mr. Hinkin.
I just want to comment, I manage some properties, and I've had 2 tenants who have had 2 at least, maybe 3, who haven't had tags on their cars, current tags. I think 3 properties, and those people have come into compliance. I had some others that previously, a couple of years ago, that were towed because they didn't have tags on them. And, so I know of 5 property that I manage where the owners of those vehicles have been compelled to either get a current tag or their property's been taken away.
And we can check on that as well.
I went and took a couple pictures of a couple of those behind that car wash, and they weren't tagged, and I don't understand the disparate treatment.
Mr. Strackengrass, did you want to say something?
So, Mr. Panera, during that process, some of those all those vehicles' VIN numbers are pulled. So just because there's not a current tag on there, when we pull our VIN numbers, working with the Junction City Police Department, if they come back as a registered vehicle, even though there's not a tag on it, we do not tow it because we're illegally towing it. Now, we do tell the landowner or the property owner at that time that by state law, you should have your tag on there so you don't run into this issue. Also, with that property, there are several vehicles back there that are abnormally large, and finding the proper wrecker service that would provide that service can be a little daunting. So there's a little bit of give and take here with that. I will say that at first we were having a lot of great movement, and then we went in there and we did invade a lot of the property that was there. We towed, if I remember correctly, somewhere between 5 and 7 cars. And I know that caused an issue, and it kind of slowed us down a little bit because there was some legal things there with one of the owners of those vehicles. So we are still working that case actively. Again, that the owner of the actual property is not within the country.
Really?
From my understanding, yes. At least from the last that I was told from the report.
I thought I knew who the owner was.
Yeah.
I did, and I think he lives in town, but I could be wrong.
Every time we have talked to him, that person has either been out of the state or out of the country. I do know that he come back from vacation, and that's when we started moving on the property, because he was basically, I'm leaving in a week, so I don't care what you do, kind of thing is what we got. So we moved on that property.
I want to compliment you on what you've done with those cars and vehicles that have been sitting there for years. Wildcat Motors.
I cannot take the credit for that. I would kindly ask that you let my staff know that, because they're the ones that did all the work.
And then 805 Grant, same thing. It was 10 times better. That's the one on that side that's still not cleaned up.
Got it. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Landon.
A couple quick things. Hope everybody got out and voted today. I like to watch 60 Minutes a lot, and they're doing a story recently on foreign attacks on water systems. And I'd like to get staff updated sometime, not next meeting or whatever, but on what we're doing security-wise to make sure our system is safe. What checks do we have in our computer stuff to keep hackers from out and causing all sorts of trouble with infrastructure? That's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Yaskowitz.
Couple items. Number one, Gentlemen of Junction City, local upcoming nonprofit, hosted a car wash, and they successfully did what no other local car wash did, which is scrub about 4 road trips of welded bugs off of my bumper. They did an amazing job. It was wonderful to see those young men at work, and I appreciate them for getting out there and doing some fundraising for their initiative. Big shout out to them. I did want to create awareness. I will potentially miss the meeting that we are having on the 18th. I will attempt to join remotely. I will be in Dallas for work at that time. So I may miss the meeting. My hope is to attend remotely, though. TBD on that. In fact, speaking of the election, the unofficial results are out. Given it is primarily partisan, I don't know if it is appropriate that I speak to those results.
It's been done in the past when I was on the previous city commission 18 years ago. So what?
Okay. So yes, I can give you information about the amendment. The no vote seems to be the reigning vote, so I believe the amendment has failed. Then surrounding the representative districts, 65, Sean Chauncey seems to have unofficially won with 773 votes. Tiffany Nacarado coming in with 601 votes. Then for District 68, Nate Butler appears to have won with a unofficial count of 446 votes. Desiree Patera getting 142 votes. And David Schneider, who was the only option for his party, received 805 votes. These are unofficial results. There are 66 provisional ballots, but 66, to my understanding, would not be enough to sway those results. So those are the unofficial results of the election today. And I would also like to give some thanks, number one, to Mr. Zimmerman. I sent a lot more work to him than usual over the last week, and he got it done immediately. Thank you to that, sir.
Welcome.
And Ariana for helping me get my booking completed for the upcoming League of Municipalities annual conference. I hope to learn a lot at that, and thank you, Commissioner Panera, for putting me onto that. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I want to bring up is just the retreat, trying to find a date for the retreat. You know, there can be all kinds of conversations and discussions about dates and times and weekends and weekdays, and I think that might have been what slowed us down back there in January, February, March, April, and May. So I'd like to propose that we consider Friday, October 30th in the afternoon from about 1 to 4:30. And you know, with all the people involved, I don't know that you can ever find a perfect day and time. So I welcome conversation, discussion.
2 brief call-outs. I have a day job. However, that day job may be changing, interview pending, so I will have to follow up on that date, but tentatively, if things remain the same, it is a no.
When we do chamber retreats, and we've done them over the years, we go to the Chamber of Commerce has gone to Kansas City, and they go on a Saturday, and they do it on a Saturday. I would respectfully request that we do this on a Saturday.
Agree.
Okay, I'm hearing a consensus on the weekend, so I wonder if we can send out a survey monkey, or maybe among the commissioners right now, pick a weekend, and then just let staff know.
I would
do
prefer-
believe we need to plan ahead, because otherwise people will make plans.
I was hoping that if it was that far out, we wouldn't have to do it on a weekend, that everybody could take the time.
I could do an evening, perhaps, but not during working hours.
You just
Saturday,
have a consensus
okay.
of Saturday.
Saturday.
Is
You
there
and me.
consensus of Saturday, do you want to now give a date, or you want, how do you want to do it?
I'd like to revisit that once I know my day job.
And the time frame, I think we were looking at, I think we said September, October, I forgot, it tied into, I'm sorry, we had, I can't remember. Well, anyway, take a look at your calendar, September, October, November, and see what they look like, okay? I thank you. And I don't have anything more to say.
Mr. Zimmerman.
Did Jody do Kelly? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, thanks for all your voting tonight. I'll be honest with you, I've never wanted to be a commissioner in my entire life. I worked with a lot of them, and I don't want to do what you guys have to do. I like making decisions with the citizens, but on these big decisions, not that easy. A lot of people think they're easy, and they're not. So I appreciate all the time you guys put into this. How many pages is in this packet? 500, 400? You guys got a lot of stuff to go through, and I appreciate that. Retreat, yeah, I already had it written down. September through December is not possible. That's hunting season, so we need to take a look at that. Homeless Task Force is going forward, so I'll send an email out this week on the latest. I got all the names and stuff. I finally got the one from the school district and another one, but I'll get that out with an update of the dates and stuff like that and keep you updated on that. And pending your questions, that's all I have. Thanks.
Were you serious
Repeat, I
about?
didn't hear. So you say September through December is out?
September through December is out. That's hunting season.
Are you? Is that a joke or serious?
No, it's hunting season. September through December on Saturdays and Sundays, yeah.
To be fair, in Pennsylvania, that's a school holiday. They will close school for the opening of hunting season. That's a real
I
thing.
tried to have this in April and May or something, so I.
That was turkey season. I'll get you some dates.
Mr. Stites.
I'll get you some dates.
Nothing further this time.
Mr. Wilcox.
We could do a hunting retreat.
Sorry, Anna. Mr. Darrow. Chief Lincoln. Ms. Aguilar. Mr. Stratgas. Mr. Gray. Mr. Dieselkamp. Mrs. O'Shea.
I will be quick. We just wanted to announce this month's Yard of the Month winners. So we have 1045 Cedar Street, 110 South Jefferson Street, 701 Wheatland Drive, and 318 Navajo Drive. Thank you to these homeowners for having spectacular homes, and make sure to vote for your winners for August. Thank you.
I saw the photos on our Facebook. Made me feel really terrible about my house. Beautiful homes.
Ms. Campbell. Chief Nichols. Motion for adjournment.
Moved.
One last thing, Aubrey's gonna become the animal shelter director as of 1 September.
It's been moved to, is there a second to adjourn?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion.
Mondays, Wednesdays,